Is it? हेलो व्हाट्सअप। क्या हाल भाई साहब, थोड़ा लेट हो गया बट यार स्ट्रीम व्रीम चालू कर दिया तुम लोगों के लिए। मैं लाइव भी दबा दिया, लाइट चालू करनी रह गई है वो भी चालू कर दी। तू इधर से इधर वापिस कल्टी हो जा भाई। कल्टी नहीं, मैं आज टीवी हूँगा। कोई था? कोई भी नहीं था। नेवर माइंड, हाइलाइट्स चल रही है। ओजी की हाइलाइट्स दिखा रहे हैं। ओजी ने मारा है भाई पकड़ पकड़ के।
it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. They've solved so much of that.
इनके आउटफिट बहुत क्रेजी लग रहे भाई। आउटफिट्स are looking
hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're level blank where maybe a trophy is in the cards for these guys.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Wait.
Predicted by Max. Womp womp.
Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time we saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing. They looked scared. They looked like they didn't have it in them from what was basically a rookie upstart squad who were testing a lot of other squads, right? Poking at them, nipping at their heels. They suddenly play this really passive game. I think some of that aggression's coming back now, and that's good news going in towards the finals.
Yep. Go for it.
No, I do. I agree. I want to see more from them, though. I think in the group stage, you know, they've been heralded as a very, very aggressive, forward-playing team, and I think in the group stages we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the finals, but you know what? It could be just a simple thing of, like a lot of teams do, they saving it for the finals, and so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they got here today.
They do kind of remind me of Four Thrives in the sense that every player has that clutch factor, and it's especially interesting. They go from PMGC last year to qualifying because of an airdrop on Miramar, barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently are able to qualify straight into the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially as they picked up the mantle of Deep Xavier earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be happening.
Also, last thing, Chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
Oh, not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send out our special reporter, Calares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Calares here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get... He's on the move! He's on the move! Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see. He's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like. Oh! Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that. I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, Seven.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
कितने बजे है? 10 मिनट. एंट्री चालू हो गई है. 10 मिनट और. Entries are live soon. Just 2-5 मिनट और है. एंट्रियां चालू है.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Giria City grid, starting with ERLA!
चलो अच्छा ये रिना से मतलब पीछे लास्ट से एंट्री कर रहा है. ओके आशीर्वाद तो सारों को लेना है. हमारे लॉन्डो की एंट्री पे मैं लाइट सेट नहीं करता रहे.
Longshin Red Force!
मैं लाइट ही सेट नहीं हो रही. छोड़ो इतनी लाइट बता.
Club Esports!
अलुला भी वहीं से आई है ना. Tianba first थी आई गेस. सोनलेस ये T1 में था. S2G बड़ा ट्रोली है. Sigma Galaxy.
Hora Esports!
होरा वाले भी आ गए.
Team Flash!
FL वाले भाई साहब मजा आएगा. आज है.
Godlike Esports!
Godlike! ये एंट्री है बाबा.
Aurora Gaming!
एंट्री है.
EDA Esports!
ईडा वाले भी आ गए. ईडा वाले गॉडलाइक के ग्रुप में थे. ओके लेट्स गो भाई. लेट्स गो. That handshake भाई. That handshake was everything.
And
BTRX Vitality.
Thrives Esports!
इनसे पता नहीं आज क्या उम्मीद करें. मारेंगे तो सही है जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं.
We can't
अपने वाले तो
emphasize
मारने ही
enough the
वाले. बाकी
importance
ये
of the
कितना
next 3
मारेंगे क्या
days.
मारेंगे वो
On
देखो.
Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The PMWC Finals at EWC 2026 starts right now!
Let's go, Bawa, let's go!
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
मेरे को सिर्फ चाहिए
to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
मेरे को ज्यादा कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए भाई.
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milo with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! What? It's the Swan Wipe 1v4 from Milu!
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the unit. Burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nate misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot. HG takes him away as Darkin closes the gap with the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Paris. It's Godlike's time to shine.
Everybody was happy on that day, right? Every freaking buddy was happy.
It is madness in the Ox Factory. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will
OG was also crazy.
OG still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's whipping the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot, and India grabs the back-to-back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day 1 always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress, because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Yeah,
teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots, but it's time to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total?
Game starting.
Try and repeat something similar to the arena. Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
The day has come और आज भारत की दो टीमें इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पर EWC के अंदर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पार्टिसिपेट करने वाली है। जल्दी से लिंक पर टैप करो, आ जाओ, डे 1 है, मैच शुरू हो रहा है, जल्दी से आओ।
PMWC at EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition. Twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate. With Yangon being Yangon, it is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day 1 of finals. Match 1, Rondo. Let's get it started.
Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together. A big hodgepodge.
चलो, the plane path is here.
I mean, they will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly.
40 साथ आके एक बंदा उतरा है, 24 उतरा है ना खाली।
E-Arena here though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop.
हमारे लौंडे अगर
searching out players
पहले गेम में मारना चालू कर दे, मजा आ जाएगा। ऐसा हो तो एक गेम ओजी का एक गेम
just the other day, Survival Stage Day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but E-Arena made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them. Let's see what E-Arena can get done, because a lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane path. As the flanks do open up towards Yulin.
Just how hot are these drops going to be, how much aggression is going to come out instantly. You see that opening knock from the side of 4 Thrives as Rezi on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here, Blank.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right and center.
Tiamba 6 frags पे चली गई। अरे यार,
up to 4 QZZ on 2, 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an incredible result already for Tiamba. They should be able to get the easy res peak, and they've already cleared out most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Nonchip Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 Thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
पुरानी किल फीड है, हमारे चारों लॉन्डे रिकॉल्ड। लेट्स गो। 40 के पास एक भी फ्रैग नहीं, ओजी के पास एक भी फ्रैग नहीं, कॉल्ड के पास एक भी फ्रैग नहीं।
Tiamba on today's games.
Sleepy taking the flashback over. This is Non-Ship. बहुत मारा ये लोगों ने।
Be able to force him out early.
Oh, नेड भाई, लॉर्ड का नेड।
Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of, but for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stage. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream.
Wolf versus Flash.
Good damn.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the peak. Oh, wow. Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro, though, with the shotty and absolutely pumps them for the buckshot.
Good stuff there. Solke, at least, at distance, is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Aaron now coming against Win, barest amount of HP, but at distance it's Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 only after this.
Milu अकेला 6 मार चुका है।
And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we've seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand and can keep this going for a whole day,
पहला frag for Team India.
It's the buffer that we were talking
बहुत
about.
बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the Lucky Spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC
Aurora versus Hora हो रहा है, Hora के दो knock है, एक finish हो
in-game.
चुका है, 3 finish हो गए, एक
Make
अकेला
sure
बचा है.
to try your chances just like QZZ
Tianba
and this
नहीं रुक रही,
spray
Tianba
down
नहीं रुक रही.
with the S12K.
Tianba is not stopping
We are
at all. They
looking
are on 9
at 2
finishes.
eliminations per minute.
unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line.
Tianba तोड़
And
के
hey man, that's the
रखेगी.
way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact
ये
that you can have a
बातचीत चल
huge
रही थी
pop-off
आज.
game
Game
on
से
Rondo, the
पहले
extra
हमारे
buffer
ग्रुप
of
में यही
points from the
बातचीत
sheer
चल रही
quantity
थी.
of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground.
Tianba
It's worth
तोड़
its
के
weight
रखेगी
in
और
gold,
Tianba लेके
especially in a
छोड़
3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tianba are doing just that.
Again, for Tianba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. At Milu making that 1v4 look real easy, I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in. They're just pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that Smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar result to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
Yeah, it will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that will be. And really, if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future, though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah, Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tianba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assume to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, Tianba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tianba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Actually wild. Speed at which he was, the speed at which he was like, so was that a 1v4 again actually? Now I'm thinking about it. Technically
it feels like it is, especially when you then factor in, but we had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a winning free against the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly?
36 is a very short, very less number right now. Zone बढ़िया है गॉडल के लिए अभी तक यहाँ है भाई वो कैसे एक इधर खड़ा है एक इधर है 2 इधर है क्या कर रहे हैं How you are even thinking of ओजी के पास नॉर्दर्न साइड है बढ़िया साइड है
There will be teams playing around that spot trying to hold teams out. Orangutan though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further into the circle. Tianba Vitality on the back foot here as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they realised because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just trying to clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
OG versus E Arena.
Shades of Stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards in a final circle, but let's see if they can win out versus
Biznov. अबे हारू और Biznov हो गए.
the door, and it's easy
नहीं
clean up on the opening two
यार.
players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds.
उधर आतंकी लोग.
Once again.
खराब हो गया रे match 1.
Taking down a tanky there as well. Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go for
कोई नहीं, पहला गेम है, पहला गेम है, पहला गेम है. It's all good, all good, all good.
Over towards the lake, like we said before, you get a res off there. Teams know it's happening. They will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for
चलेगा, चलेगा, चलेगा.
because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free.
पहला गेम
with
उसमें
where
भी
most
आरू
of the
का
teams
रिकॉल
dropped
अभी
off
बचा
down
हुआ है.
towards the
आरू को
south.
रिकॉल किया जा सकता है. If जगह मिलती है तो आरू को रिकॉल कर भी
Thankfully,
दिया
he's got just
जाएगा.
enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well. Hedges his bets. He goes up towards the top of the north side. Going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean,
Problem नहीं है, problem नहीं है, no issue.
Special report on Vitality.
Guys, 4 लोग देख रहे हैं यार. ये watching अगर
they're like the Cray twins, bro.
40 ये अगर आज हम 50 की
Yeah,
watching
you
touch
are.
करते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में किसी भी दिन हम 50 की
the
watching
double
touch करते
hammers
हैं.
as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout.
अच्छा S2G versus ये हो गया.
as well as
Guys,
Federales.
if
I
we
mean,
hit
the
50
Axel really
watching,
astonished me.
एक गिव अवे है मेरी तरफ से.
Because there had been so much talk about Razy and Razak, and Federales has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. But
What's
Axel
up?
was just
रेल्फ भाई क्या हाल
swinging
है?
and not
यार
missing.
50 की अगर लाइव वॉचिंग आ जाती है
So that's
और वो
what
पता
gives me
लग
a
जाएगा
lot of
मेरे को
hope,
कि
you know.
व्यू बॉट है या
I'm
रियल
very, very
है.
excited to see this
अगर
team
असली
perform
वॉचिंग रही
as this tournament goes on,
तो
just
कुछ ना
because
कुछ
of
viewers के
how
लिए plan
good
करेंगे.
all of
तो
them
पक्का
have been
कुछ ना कुछ
playing
viewers के लिए plan
individually
करेंगे.
and
और
as a unit.
लिख के देता हूँ.
Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that centre side. I think Godlike
शेयर वेयर करो
showed us
ग्रुप
something
में बंदों को
different
लेके आओ,
from
लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब
their
करो.
region. Honestly, they had some great
50 की
aggression.
वॉचिंग होगी
I
तो
think they've
हमारे
been making little
सब्सक्राइबर भी
adaptations
2349
here
से
and there, figuring things out as they go
2440 तो हो ही
along.
जाएंगे.
But genuinely overall, we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best inside of their group, only beat out by Vitality. And to be fair play, I mean fair play.
Vitality really did get in there, mate. You got a little crunch down
आरू
the
वापस आ
zone
गया
here as
देखो.
well.
बोला ना
Pulling
AKOP
further
रिकॉल तो
down.
कर देगा. That is
Couple
for
big
sure. हम
names
दो बंदे
amongst
अलाइव
the
हो
dead
गए.
centre of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Enigma Galaxy as well.
भाई है जोन
Representation
नीचे
for
गया
Aurora,
है.
another side that could have some
Bottle के पास
surprises
अच्छा
in
area
store for
है
us the longer
zone
this
में.
one goes on.
Yeah,
Lekin-
they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final.
होरा का
We've been
सपोर्ट अच्छा
asking
है.
for that not to be the case for the longest time. And get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like that's already a big achievement. Reefus though
Ula
opening
के
it
साथ
towards
fight कर रहा
Yasser
है.
from
That is
Alula.
good.
Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now, there's a
By
lot
the
of
way,
these
क्या
big
चल रहा है
pillars
Rels भाई और?
involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are E Arena, you can kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their
Guys,
drop
तुम लोगों को
spot.
पता है?
The Fourth Rise have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
हमने EWC में कितनी वॉचिंग खींची है. एरो को मैं एक पूरी शीट निकाल दूं.
Excited to see what the form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it
पूरी
was
शीट
way
निकालेंगे
better in
अपन
terms
की
of the
EWC में
decision
अपन ने
making.
कितनी वॉचिंग
Communication was on point. A
मतलब
lot of the
टोटल
fights
व्यूज
we
कितने
witnessed
हैं,
from
टोटल
them.
लाइक्स कितने हैं.
Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual
Wolf
plays.
versus Tianba.
Looked like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man though. He's back on the screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's not too far away.
गलत फाइट हो गई वो.
Eagle and Aching desperate to get some elims.
और वही फाइट अगर हम जीत जाते वो पॉइंट मिल
Every
जाता.
single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. Aching, a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle, very, very good at playing that anchor style.
If we hit 50
Generally
watching.
is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. But you're right, Furia looking good. Egos, I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah.
They've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala, Silence also
EA versus
doing a lot of good work.
Forthright
But yeah, Egos was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards our later circles with
Zone godlike पे Northern AJ, let's go.
Earlier on, it can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in.
हमारे लौंडे देखो दो टीमों
apartment
में एक तो
is not
Northern
always
पकड़ के
easy,
बैठी
and
है,
there's a
एक
lot of
western side से
difficult windows, little
compound
places
जा
to
सकती
pitch
है. अगर
nades in.
compound
We
full down करते हैं
can't quite
बढ़िया
get
है
those
लोग
full
के लिए.
finishes on.
थोड़ा time और
So I'm
survive
curious to see
करते
how
हैं.
this will play
और
out. It's
जितना
be a
ज़्यादा
little bit of a
survive करेंगे
passive game
उतने
going
frag
towards the
निकलने
end,
की
but
उम्मीद
you
तो रहेगी.
do have to get into
मरने
towards
के बाद
game
वो
2.
उम्मीद zero हो जाती है.
Over on the side of the stage, the Nick the Galaxy fans getting quite excited. Meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from Nongshim Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against EWC.
I mean, Ida tried to get up on the northeast side, which I think is, at this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well, so Aurora, I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play,
रोंडो का सबसे बड़ा प्लस पॉइंट यही है ना, तुम डिप स्विफ्ट बना के खेल सकते हो लेफ्ट राइट.
Aurora's Vitality, where there is those
Ula versus Aurora
across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate.
Nice! नेड के टाइम पे पकड़ा है.
He is spraying through the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though.
आईकू बचा हुआ है. हुज़ैफा बचा हुआ है.
To be so swift with the shotgun here. It's
जोकर हुज़ैफा एक HP है.
dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done.
खत्म. Forthright पहली टीम to get eliminated.
They fall in our opening game. E-Arena.
Arena down, but back on board with Tiamba. Milu finding the first.
भाई साफ हो गई Forthright.
Desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. Aching will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking fair.
Tiamba रुकने का नाम ही नहीं ले रही है. 10 frags हो गए already उनके.
More points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
11.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron had to tuck his tail, absolutely elimination. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to
Aurora
stop him.
versus Ula.
Milu is just out of control.
Arun ने Ula के एक player को और knock दिया है.
QZZ still taking some damage here.
Ula के 2 knock है.
One of his Fury, you're actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron not letting up.
Tianba के ऊपर Wolf का pressure है. अकेला ही बचा है वैसे Wolf का क्या ही pressure.
They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sidelines to make their way over towards the pagoda.
Because last circle होता तो समझ में भी आता. अभी तक तो भाई 15 teams alive है, 50 players alive है. Ula के अभी भी 2 knock है. क्या revive मिल गया? एक को मिल गया.
Them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another. Well, everyone does find Eagle.
Wolf versus Tianba. Tianba का एक knock. Finish डालना जरूरी है वो last player को.
Fair play, man.
Wolf के वो player को finish डालना जरूरी है. S2G ने जो dip बनाई है, Gordon क्या ध्यान तो होगा ही होगा. Simple है. इस dip पे ही push in करना चाहिए. अगर zone कहीं northern side के आसपास बनता है, हाँ ये dip पे push कर दो. ये dip पे push कर दो, ज़्यादा better है.
Really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here. Like I said before, it does give them that capability to move out over towards that northeast side if needs be, but they also can crunch every single team on the western side. There was one player left remaining for Ida. It is Darkin. He is over on that eastern side of town, just hanging out for the time being, but that does kind of save grace for Vitality, because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock up over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Quick replay here from Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting angle as well, so good plays. Oh, Federales, no one clears it!
Hello?
He doesn't get the playoff! They turn around back onto it and Federales falls!
भाई फिर भी 2 मार गई Tianba!
This is an
निकल
insane
गए थे आगे.
by the way. They have practically mostly lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side.
King of
they took
finish
the
हो गया है.
most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. I was like,
भाई ये वाली
Vitality's
फाइट
going down to
ये चाइनीज टीम
Tiamba of
जीत
all
कैसे
teams.
जाती है?
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the
Second
last
team
man
to
from
get
Wolves
eliminated
goes
as
down.
well.
They fall second into our first game. Milu prime in the nades. Oh,
Nice.
Good nade from them. Hits it back.
चाहता हूँ कि वाइटालिटी इनको मारे भाई. बहुत ज्यादा बफर बना दिया तो कैचअप करना बहुत टफ हो जाएगा. 14-15 पॉइंट स्टिल फाइन. 14-15 पॉइंट स्टिल फाइन. तुम ज्यादा लंबा बफर बना दिए तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी.
14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen?
oh mate.
रिकॉल देने दे रहे हैं.
He's going to get it in. The res is going to get it back up.
सॉरी रिकॉल क्या रिवाइव देने दे रहे हैं.
Well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line that got that initial knockback over onto
भाई ये
Milu.
गलती कर दी है.
Vitality's just been caught in the middle of it all.
ये बहुत बड़ी मिस्टेक है. रिकॉल नहीं देने देना था.
Over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner. QZZ with a nade back.
He's just going for it.
बहुत गलत कर दिया भाई. वो रिवाइव अगर नहीं दे देते तो शायद कुछ बन जाता. 16 पॉइंट निकाल दिए.
This is what I can't believe about QZZ, because he's like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players just step back and be like, that's it then. But he's like, if I can't do it with a nade, I'm just facing.
But Aurora ka push is
now
nice.
Aurora, they're pushing on the sidelines. Can Tiamba hold 2 versus 4 here? It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not good, but Refus is taking a ton of damage. Top bullet fight, at least find QZZ.
बढ़िया 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 बढ़िया. Nice Aurora. Let's go power.
Even going out in 11th.
And I'm sure you can hear that. The entirety of the arena here in Paris lighting up. A spectacle to start.
कितना ढोल बजा रहे हैं. ढोल रोको रे.
Tiamba that lead the charge. Now out of the running. Let's see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with
की
what
HP
remains.
दिख रही है. बहुत लो हो गया है.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well, because they need to leave at some point in the near future.
जिगल की HP देखो.
Fair bit of damage. Flash still.
जिगल नॉक हो जाता ना. मजा आ जाता इधर फ्लैश को.
Inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though, because of all
मीनो
the
ये.
concrete inside.
मीनो बिग मीनो भाई क्या फाइट निकाली है. अरे
Lets
नहीं.
him run straight into the barrel.
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium.
गलत नॉक हो रहे कहाँ.
Like clap back upon from Schweppes in the distance as well. Gets an angle on.
एडमिनों ने 2 नॉक कर दिए
This is
थे.
looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, Nonshin down to just the duo. Godlike with only 1 man left remaining. And Alula, they've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Nongshim Red Force.
हाँ लास्ट वाले को मार देना
online
खाली.
at all. Still priming nades upstairs. There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down. What are we doing?
अपने को एक फ्रैग मिला है खाली.
Wait, this is nutty out
We
there.
got one more. 3 फ्रैग हो गए अपने.
After spamming the shots.
Now these kind of matches will hurt us.
Panicked.
I think so.
Just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes. Get the reses. They missed the first molly. At least challenge the res. Goodness me, man, you're going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula. I mean, hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side. Irina looking to put up another good point here. Aurora
जो players lose कर चुकी
right
थी.
now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan
वो अभी तक survive कर रहे हैं.
leading them to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
Enigma Galaxy coming out swinging as well. Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency late game. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of the arena. Thankfully for them, a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flip to the healing feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpel.
अगर इधर रिवाइव दिया टॉप 5. अबे मैं बोल रहा हूँ टॉप 2 भी आ गए बहुत हो गया. राइट नाउ टॉप 2 भी आ गए. टॉप 3 भी आ गए बहुत हो गया.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Refus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game.
Aurora ne maar diya na bhai.
AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well. So they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
AKOP उधर heals लगा रहा है. अब option नहीं है. Heals ही लगानी पड़ेगी.
AKOP just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially. Because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing on this run, but I don't think anyone
Getting
else
into
is going
top
down
6 is also
soon.
nice.
Still more. He's mistimed it. Yeah, unfortunate. I think he thought that the angle was bad for him, so pulls off the first aid kit there. Sadly, not able to rank up once again. If he waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. TurneyK not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their luck last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent, like a lot of work's been going on for this squad. A lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points, and I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been a big King Cooper for this team, bro. Wearing that crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall.
Huge step up for Enigma Galaxy, and enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia, he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for the dinner, and Tom finds that one for an extra elim.
Just instantaneous shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reefer swings very wide here, over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of hard cover here
between Enigma Galaxy and Aurora. अगर Enigma Galaxy ये chicken निकाल देती है, 13 point का 23 point का chicken.
Again, I do think
so that is a good thing for
is a really big deal.
वहीं 22 points के आसपास Aurora हो जाएगी. अगर एक भी player वो Enigma का नहीं मार पाती है तो.
They like to take it slow, and that's great. And it works out. You do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Enigma Galaxy, I do think this is the perfect setup right now for them. Joel will move forward into the smoke line. 17 eliminations on the game. A teaser, potentially, from Aurora. And we'll hold our breath for it.
हो गया Aurora का 30 point का game भाई. 30 pointer for Aurora. 30 pointer.
Hitting hard.
He knows.
Enigma.
He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coop's on half HP.
Molly.
Could be good.
Oh, this is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted, discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
Rock की पोजी अच्छी है.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside.
Spotted है, खराब हो जाएगा.
Detonates in front of him. One Blessing's got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
Still the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It'll just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime at the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the dockening once again? Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward. Swing back, but one player goes down the back lines. It is Tom.
Let's go, Enigma Galaxy. Let's go.
Galaxy is making this happen.
A standing tall right
30
now.
pointer would
They
have
wanna
hurted
convert
us
this one into
more.
a chicken dinner win on
25
game one as
25
two of the
थोड़ा सा
Walrus
कम hurt
players
करेगा.
buckle under the
Actually,
shoulder.
25 थोड़ा कम hurt
Ruthless
करेगा.
falls. It's all down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the P because he hits Lord heavy, but he's
25 थोड़ा कम hurt
cut
करेगा.
short. The Aurora
Goodness
is
me.
gone.
That is insane. That is insane, Jackie. I got to eat my
23
words on that one as well. I
पॉइंट
mean,
बहुत
for
कम
Enigma
हर्ट
Galaxy,
करेगा.
what
इतना
a
नहीं
good
हर्ट करेगा
game.
जितना 31 करता है. 31 एक्चुअली ज्यादा हर्ट करता है
Did
और
say
प्रॉब्लम ही
though,
प्रॉब्लम
Aurora do like to choke.
You
The
couldn't have
crazy
just
thing is,
expected कि
it was probably the most fitting head-to-head
तुम
of two
31
teams we could
points के
have.
ऊपर
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they
hold
split
on कर लो
off, their 2v2s, the
और
off-angle
दिक्कत
aggression,
बहुत
but I started to get worried, man, pointing to the map feed,
तेरे
seeing
को
Dom
points table
charging in.
निकालता हूँ.
Slight timing on the nades,
The
it all
docketing, dude.
collapses.
It's the docketing. It's happening
Enigma
again.
5, bro, just absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though.
Amazing.
I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Enigma Galaxy also has the high ground, so they set up well on this one. But yeah, good stuff from Enigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops, though. That is a great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
You can see him enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration from the fans behind them there. Everyone in the arena popping off with Enigma Galaxy taking game one. Stay tuned for even more.
हो गया केबल आ गई OG is on 30 Gordon is on 10 दोनों से 8 पॉइंट पे
Welcome to the front of stage. My name's Barney Banks and I'm joined by S2G's very own Badish. Badish, how's it going, man?
Fine, bro, you?
I'm very well, thanks. I mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about Paris. How's the Esports World Cup been for you so far?
Paris is amazing, bro. Eiffel is so good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon. Everything is good at the Paris. But Arena is more than good. There is, I don't know. It's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, preparing here on site or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the plan?
Just we did boot camp at the Istanbul. We have the gaming house at the Istanbul. And before the tournament, we go to China, the PMI,
Wow.
Macau invitation tournament. And I don't know, I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're gonna get this? Yeah. Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me, my players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place, maybe we're gonna get the sixth place.
Oh,
they
wow.
don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah, I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the event and we'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Day number one in serious business here now for PMWC at EWC 26. And what better way to start it off than I have two legends here from India to talk about what's happened so far, as well as what may be to come. So, of course, I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have Godlike and, of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So, I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianba got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have for national finals also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good idea.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Game number 2.
With Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end, even though NigmaGalaxy won. Congratulations, NigmaGalaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But NigmaGalaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight to E-Arena, hoping Al-Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end, and because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
Lace, and we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby, as 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17th. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not we came out of that survival. It's just I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And it's just a crazy storyline from them, from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival, something that you actually enjoyed watching that game. Is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max?
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So
you know how you just had some notes and it was just Coops, just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ, that 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage Chamber? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage Chamber in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know, how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's dodged so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bad. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved.
Chalo.
As we head into
Get back to it.
Fury at last game.
Once again. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they've still squeezed some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that east side.
Rondo nikal gaya, chalo!
Open here for teams to move into. Gatka a little bit hard to get towards on the western side. North George, well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalbert on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here. So it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about too much at the end of that game. But there is definitely fire in those bells. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on the central compound when we're playing Edge. I don't know what's happening to them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already. Let's just go, I like the look at that position. Let's take it off. I'll be having that.
मिलके लॉबी खाली करो, एक दूसरे को मत मारो भाई.
Starting off one of these. This has been a
क्या मिलेगा एक दूसरे को मार के?
Survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start.
Obviously a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stauber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed.
EDA versus Nigma.
It's going to be a long rotate for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably
EDA versus Nigma Galaxy.
A little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 Thrives though, loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier. The yellow's on the eastern side. There's no one around here. It's chilled out. It's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what that
ईडा अगर यहाँ पे नॉक फिनिश हो जाती है 2-3 प्लेयर्स तो प्रॉब्लम्स ईडा के भी हो जाएंगे शुरू. Okay, the nade was put on
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah,
लेकिन रॉक का पोजी देखो बहुत पीछे है.
Great, you know,
रॉक बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे खेल रहा है.
Two very talented squads, lots of contrast of play styles, but Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That will be a nice litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days.
और वो पीठ पे पड़ना बहुत टफ है भाई. वो बेयर नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि पिछला गेम चिकन निकाले हो.
They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas EDA kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for EDA to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular.
ईडा का कोच कॉर्नर भी दिखा दिया. ईडा वाले थोड़ा सा दिक्कत में भाई डरे हुए हैं.
Okay,
they can hear the comms as well. Headphones पहने हुए comms सुन रहे हो.
Some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
Power Vitality going down kind of early. Squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now. Would be both 4 Thrives and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well.
Yeah.
Falak gets some of that old 4 back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. Ready to go. He's got a little shy smile on him as well.
Stolber loot कर रही है Vitality.
He is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information.
बहुत irritating kind of goals है पता है.
Play it out. You need
बहुत ज़्यादा.
all of your team to be happy.
इतना भी मत करो बे ढोल वोल कि गेम देखने का मजा खत्म हो जाए.
Okay. Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals, versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game.
Godlike
still that aggression in play. I like to see it. but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4Thrives have made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that, though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and being like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting, try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that, because for me, that's just... PMWC potential. Right? That's not what that is.
Yeah, the trade of it, one player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play, economically, it's not the best trade. Especially if you see a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward fight. One player of difference, Blank.
4 hours is here.
This circle,
rotational
right
class.
It's down towards the eastern side. 4Thrives knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like if this circle was further over towards the north,
versus
that type of thing. But I think this one, if you're Aurora,
got one frag.
Let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Aurora ke ek player ko
Devil's in the details. And it paints a very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off. Flash also having 1 player knocked here. Zone crunching in. Yeah. Still in play. There you go, buddy.
Thought that this might be the case. On a circle like that, it's very, very awkward on these types of circles. They can center up around bridge across both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest. But for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive map space. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
फिर वो पॉइंट स्कोप अप करना टफ हो जाता है वहीं गॉर्डन का कहीं शायद 6 में से 2-3 गेम तो ऐसा मार देगी कि सब कल होने नहीं वाला आज ही मार दो
into the zone knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only 2 squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora.
गाड़ी में बिठाया लेके चले गए पेरी पियर अबे ओजी भाई क्या
Tiamba though taking the scrap towards OG. Wizgod being hit very heavy.
गाड़ियां भगा रहा Wizgod भगा
Yeah, great zigzag. Able to stay out of dodge there for a second. He was very close to going down. AKOP actually challenging this.
नहीं यार मारते तो 16 bullets थी.
Has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through.
16 bullets ही चला दे attempt यार.
Despite that though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
He's bringing it back in fashion. Seems like the horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying.
ये की fight है.
Oh, going back in. Let's see what he can do with a DBS.
एक knock finish डाल दिया.
The DB best up close and personal onto Schwed.
अरे HP देखो.
Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Tiny K outside twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan. It all goes down to just Aru. Trapped behind the back.
मोदी का दूसरा खराब गेम. मोदी का दूसरा खराब गेम. You just cannot afford 2 games like this continuously, man.
stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here with the arena, unfortunately. Some good shots at the start there.
खराब गेम, actually खराब गेम भाई, ये तो legit खराब गेम था. उधर पे
Big WizGod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal. Aura played back here. They're over towards the pier itself. Fourth Thrives mirroring them over towards the eastern side. We are close towards our next circle now. Enigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous. We're going to play in our drop spot for the rest of the game. We're going to get very looted before we even think about moving. And we're still on Sosnovka with this one. Fourth Thrives looking good. Down towards the southern edge here. Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think that's a bad idea here. It gives you a lot of control of the longwoods that sits around this area. Not sure what S2G is doing. I think they've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap.
But grab
their teammates, then get involved with the
nice.
Meanwhile, though, taking on Tiamba. Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tiamba squad.
It's a decent start, but Godlike have received one knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Mania very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
First nade goes long here. X Power holding down the fortress. Keeping that drawbridge pulled up. Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Mania will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. When he gets worse for Aurora as well. That's quick from Alula finding there. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight towards them. Interestingly taking the hit over as well to Godlike. So that battle turns into a third party fight.
Swing around, take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. We have very limited space to work with. Alula trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance. We'll find a shot over towards the leaving them at 0.
Some things are good happening in this lobby.
Points is where they'll end on a single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
But these guys have been playing the same game. I think this is the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry work actually? How are we still on the bridge?
Yeah, this is kind of unreal.
We're still here. I mean, Sosnovka is still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Alula also took another casualty from S2G on the backside, so they've called it quits and actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland. Yeah. But that's only a trio blank. Damage onto Yasser as well.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Coop's taking a hell of a lot of damage. They'll slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Flashes dash with going out. I mean, that's 3 eliminations potential there for them, but they're worried about these sightlines to the side. Furia. Ooh. Give it some welly.
Tianba ने ये पे पुश कर दिया.
Things once again.
Gordon Wolf पे जा सकती है. That is a good thing.
On the top floor up
upside in the
देखो
attic.
बॉटल उल्फ पे जाएगी Tianba versus 40 versus
Here, but Falak with the distant shot.
ये भी हो गया
Flaps back onto Eagle. A-King gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Norman's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with the fight. That's Manya.
हमने पुश
Just
कर दिया
outside
इन
the
पे
window.
हमने क्यों पुश कर
Big
दिया इन
rubber
पे
bump in his hands.
एक्चुअली हमने
So
क्यों ही
many
पुश कर
teams
दिया इन पे
crunching in.
Yeah, good Molotov here.
Right
but
में
really
देख ले।
good timing from Godlike as they move into this one, just leaving A-King alive here for Tiamba. Arena on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of two teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here.
हर बार लो हो जाती है फाइट में
Still how high HP count, but
कैसे
Manya
लो हो
finally
जाता है
does
रे
fall here to a nade from Mormon. Tiamba goes down.
पावर का नीड
Morman's
एक्चुअली
going to clear it.
अरे
Straight in with the clothesline.
ओ भाई
The turnaround, Mormon saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him. Quick
बचा
decision.
लिया पर क्या बचा लिया अकेला बचा है अब क्या भाई टीम तो
But at what cost? The only player left alive for the squad.
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down to one. What a play from Mormon. The speed, the velocity.
वो गंदा फाइट लिए
Straight in there, no bombs. Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
बहुत गंदा बे
from the top floor.
बहुत
They just been signing their death warrants on entry. Axel being shot in the back. A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance as Jacob is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sumek still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak on a dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shotty and will find it.
Really, really good job from Razak.
सबको इधर ही आने
You
के
have to make that play in that moment as well. You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the revive, get some respite in that location. So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and 4 thrives after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida, as well as Ulf, now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG. And denied out by Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Nongshim could push this pretty quickly.
नॉक्शम ने अगर पुश कर दिया प्राइस आर
looking
वेटिंग फॉर देम
too good right now. Neither is Vitality. Flipping into
जगह जा रही है
action.
रे
They
हर
lose a
जगह वो मारती
vehicle.
है
Razy and Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as 4th Rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third pied by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between 2 strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions and shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the 1 elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you can get yourself the Naruto skin in-game as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razak move up, quick shot over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch around the side. Denying some of the sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, I did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turned onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Razak. Oh, yeah, good shot. He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. He's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before. Getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So easy goes down the back.
Vitality coming back.
Tizzy tries his might, rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force, but it does leave Vitality slightly weakened.
Actually, यार championship के लिए aim करना पड़ेगा.
They are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind
Actually, देखा जाए ना तो push in करने के लिए power को भेजना चाहिए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
Swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had two hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards fourth rise. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Falak down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks fairly decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far. This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage done onto Soul K, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as
मन्या में गन पावर बहुत है. अरे लो नहीं है, वो confidently fight नहीं कर रहा है. मेरा मन भी नहीं कर रहा मैच देखने का, पता है? The way these guys are taking fights are obnoxious, एकदम obnoxious वाली हाल है.
Just Ralph as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in stage 7. Fourth Rise have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man.
चार player है, उसमें से एक knock है, grab कर रहा है, दोनों बंदे क्या कर रहे हैं, pressure नहीं बना हुआ है, इसलिए नीचे का. अरे problem वो था कि smokes इतने थे, उनको खुद को नहीं समझा हुआ क्या है.
I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that
क्योंकि देखो पावर ने एक वहाँ पे भी नॉक किया, ऐसा नहीं था पावर ने नॉक नहीं किया, पावर ने ऊपर भी आके एक नॉक किया ही था.
Timing here to get IQ back up once again. The 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center
वाह
zone.
भाई S2G भी आ गई मारने इतना कुछ.
Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's planted the flag, the S2G flag. T24 goes down.
Hora versus 40. Hora निकाल जाएगी.
Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4 Thrives arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The
बढ़िया मार गए बे 40 वाले. 8 frags निकाल गए. IQ और पलक.
Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out...
Oh my! No fear! Is having legit no fear!
Absolutely not frightened in the slightest as he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and 4 Thrives will fall. Win up against the world right now. DPS at distance, he's fighting all of them, but S2G
भी गई. S2G भी गई. Hora के लिए it is a great game.
Wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened.
चिकन बहुत लो फ्रैक्स का होगा. S2G का भी अगर होगा तो मोस्टली S2G का ही, बट होना बहुत लो फ्रैक्स के साथ है.
Last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now.
होरा से तो नहीं हो रहा ये चिकन, लेकिन FL का है. S2G का एक नॉक है, 2 जिंदा है, एक नॉक फिनिश है. किसी का भी
unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
देखा जाए तो अच्छा 1v1 किसी का भी गेम हो सकता है. Now I would say किसी का भी गेम हो सकता है. You just cannot think of it.
The solos to decide our second game, chicken dinner. No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know
where
No Fear is. Hamzy G finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information. Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 Thrives into the last 2 teams. Zeus is just pushing forward. Instant spot, though. Over towards No Fear. And now Zeus.
FL versus S2G.
Swept everyone aside. Solke.
FL versus S2G. होरा भी भाई eliminate हो गई.
Zeus. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first, or will Solke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Suya so low, buckles under the pressure. That's the damage coming through as they lock it in.
S2G, Kamikaze with the Kamikaze play towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Solke steps up, a lad that's been in the esport for the longest of time. He's still got it in him.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions.
Ah.
That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything. Yeah. I think Horror,
The start
honestly,
of
for
this
them,
tournament,
yeah, it's a tough
Grand
fight
Finals
versus
is
fourth
not
prize, but you got to be happy.
Start is worst for us. इससे बुरी स्टार्ट नहीं हो सकती थी दोनों ही टीम्स के लिए. तुम खुद समझो, निग्मा का और अरोरा का एक गेम खराब होने के बाद भी वो लोग फर्स्ट और सेकंड पे है. S2G ने एक चिकन निकाला है, उसके बावजूद वो थर्ड पे आ चुके हैं. हम लोग 2 पोजीशन नीचे चले गए हैं, 5 पोजीशन फोर्थ राइज ऊपर आ गई है. सिंगल डिजिट में पॉइंट्स है हमारे 3 और 8. bad things happening around. भाई खराब हो रही हैं चीजें. चेस भी शुरू होने वाला है कि हो गया है. It has begun. नाकामुरा का गेम है ना. एरागेशी के शॉट नाकामुरा का गेम है, so that is a good thing. $1.5.
For Arjun, he's taking his time,
देख लेते हैं तब
double
तक ये.
checking everything, making sure that he's okay before he makes a move. The most interesting move is E4, sacrificing his pawn, try to win that B pawn, but he's trying to figure out if he'll lose his pawn. Instead, he played B4 first. Hikaru's going to play king to D5 likely, and he does. And now the question is White going to play F3, keeping the black king out, or king to D3, or something else? Looks like those are the only 2 logical moves, F3 and king D3.
But you know, this could get really spicy, right? Because if you come in with your king, it is possible now for Hikaru to start challenging on the right side with the pawns and initiate a set of races, but we see a different move. Okay, now we're going to be seeing a bit of a trade where Arjun actually gave up the base of his pawn chain for that outside pass pawn. So question is, whose pawn is better? Watch the clocks, because that's going to play an important factor. Knight and pawn endgames are not easy at all.
And they're repeating right now, and Hikaru's laughing because of the repetition.
Yeah, well, there's a big threat of the knight.
Knight C7 check and White's winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're going to repeat. Hikaru thinks it's funny.
And we have
3
a
draws
draw.
by repetition, 1 by stalemate. Amazing.
Wow. Nothing can tell these 2 apart.
No.
We have draws all around, and there come these, what do you call them? Those notebooks where you come and start writing, start bidding for Armageddon. And Ben, you got your wish. It's Armageddon time.
All the games were drawn, so whoever bids lowest is going to win because they want to have the draw odds. So they're both going to bid pretty low, I think. If I know Hikaru, and I know Hikaru, he's going to bid lower. Hikaru's going to bid some crazy, 630, 640. Arjun will probably bid something like 8. So that's my guess. I got 8 to 630. That's my guess. Hikaru wants to have black, wants to have the draw odds. Nobody won a game this match, so you want to have draw odds in the Armageddon. Seems like nobody can win.
Well, we saw Ali Reza bid below 7 minutes. 8 minutes, 9 minutes is a very conservative bid. And we have it. 6 minutes and 59 seconds. So just under 7 minutes. That's Hikaru's bid. Let's take a look at what Arjun has bid. I tell you what, though, if Arjun has bid
I'm guessing
higher,
Arjun bids 8 minutes. That's my guess.
That's a small handwriting.
Oh, no, he bid even less. Good bid by Arjun.
6 minutes and 45 seconds.
I thought Hikaru was going to bid less than that. I thought Hikaru was going to bid like 630, 640.
Okay, well, Arjun's playing with the black pieces.
Yeah,
Arjun
good bid by Arjun. Arjun's already won the match with the bid.
Yeah, we've seen that this whole gambit, and it is a gambit of bidding with less than 7 minutes, has paid off. Ali Reza did it twice, and he won. Was very convincing. And now Arjun, we'll see. What will Hikaru play? He's got a whole load of
Arjun
extra
को खाली
time.
draw
He
करना है
has to win on demand if he wants to advance to the semis.
Somebody's key is going to get crushed after this game. This was the third place game last year. We're playing now to get eliminated on elimination day, get your key crushed, and we're going to see the
You can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now the PUBG Mobile is doing with Naruto, and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts, which actually we've been wearing them. Not right now. I think Jukes does have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11.
With the black pieces, has the draw odds. What have we seen? And it's going to be a repeat, well, almost a repeat of the last game as the bishop comes out. And now we have, again, the light square bishop coming out. And this time, Hikaru says, let me keep all the pieces on the board. No trade for you.
Yeah, he doesn't want an equalish type position. He wants a position where he can use Harry and Gary, push those kingside pawns, attack the bishop on f5, try to get some kind of double-edged position, get Arjun in time trouble, and try to win the game that way.
Hikaru's kind of a little bit uncomfortable there, just not quite finding his rhythm when it comes to the headsets. But as you pointed out, Ben, it's time for white to go on the aggressive. We're expecting the knight to come out, attack the bishop. You can also start pawn storming on the right side of the board. He goes for that. Harry goes forward. Will it go even more? That is the mainstream move. Will we see that happening?
Put it in H4, H5. That's how they play chess nowadays. And this position with the bishop already on E6, it might make sense for Hikaru to, well, I was going to say to move the bishop and play knight f4, but instead he sacrifices the h pawn, queen b3 attacking the b pawn. But the engine really hates the move queen b3. Hikaru played queen b3 instantly and then made a funny face like he didn't like it. So I wonder if Hikaru's mixing up lines.
That's what I'm thinking as well. He's got his lines mixed up because black can actually take the advantage. And it's going to get really dicey if he picks up the g-pawn and attacks the bishop. If he plays that, okay, it hasn't happened. That was the best move. And now the queen will just offering himself up for a trade. For Arjun, he wants a position with no danger where he can just make the moves super quickly. And there's still a lot of danger in this position because it's not entirely clear which direction the black king is going to be headed.
That's right. And Hikaru sacrificed his h-pawn. So if black ever castles king side, the open h-line, dangerous. If black castles queen side, half of our viewers think that move is illegal, and it probably should be because of queen d6 at some point, because the rook is going through the b8 square. But I'm here to tell you, in case Arjun does castle queen side, it's perfectly legal. It's not the rook going through the attack square, it's the king. So you can castle either way. You can't do it now because your knight on e7 is attacked. And Arjun wants to trade queens. He is up a pawn, wants to play queen b4. Hikaru's queen is almost trapped over there on a3. Doesn't really have time for queen d6 because the b2 pawn needs babysitting. So this looks like Arjun's doing well out of the opening. He stops
और अर्जुन को खाली ड्रॉ के लिए खेलना है. अर्जुन सिर्फ ड्रॉ के लिए खेलेगा.
d6. Knight c8.
अर्जुन को जीतना तो है ही नहीं, टाइम बाय करना है.
Is Hikaru going to get the two bishops back?
Hikaru,
how does Hikaru try to get an advantage in this position?
Exactly.
So far, opening has been in Arjun's favor.
It has, and Arjun is doing everything by the book. When your king is in trouble, try and trade off queens. And look at that, the bishop is right there in black's camp, and Arjun is driving that bishop backwards. And this is fantastic technique. And Hikaru now has to show us why he has compensation for that missing pawn. It's not going to be easy. I mean, is he going to go on the offensive, move the knight, attack the queen? He goes castles. He castles queenside, but you can just simply take that bishop, get rid of that horrible piece, and then you can even castle yourself, or you can try and drive out that queen.
Yeah, this doesn't look like Hikaru has enough compensation for a pawn. It
seems
like he believes the same thing. He's pretty unhappy. Black can legally castle queenside now, no matter what my students think about that. Black could also play queen b4, trying to kick the queen out. I don't see enough compensation for white for the missing H pawn. So it looks like Arjun's doing really well. The best Hikaru could hope for is to get an equalish kind of position, but he's still going to be down a pawn.
Queen ko piche kar diya. That is
Hikaru
good.
needs to win.
Hikaru has to win. You know, there's no doubt about it. He is the rule of the game. It's Armageddon. The queen is going to be driven backwards. Okay, now he has to go all in, and he does it. He's just breaking out into the center, and now there is pressure in the position. The temperature is rising because Arjun, where's he going to go with his king? And next question, should he capture in the middle? I don't think so. That's simply going to be improving the white knight. So instead, I think that now is the time to take it easy. Oh, there's no take it easy move, Ben.
No, there's not. Yeah, Arjun never takes it easy anyway. The only thing he takes it easy with is his heart rate. When he's playing chess, he likes to play the most tactical, complicated line that he's calculated. As Hikaru likes to do now too. I think Hikaru did a good job after misplaying the opening of trying to get some position where he has compensation for a pawn. Arjun leaves his rook on h8 since white has the rook on h1 on the open file. He's going to put his king on g7, get his queen rook over to the center, and say, okay, Hikaru, I'm a pawn up. I got draw odds. What you got?
Yeah, and he has one thing. He's got pressure down the E line. It's going to be the knight jumping in. The rook is going to come up and line against the bishop. That is Hikaru.
It up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their third game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their third match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. Woo! This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse, so let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so far here in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Enigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused. And they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90. No P90. Oh. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down.
People watching, guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. OG के लिए starting again अच्छे नहीं थे, even godlike के लिए भी ठीक ही गए हैं, ज़्यादा better कुछ गए नहीं हैं. 2 games के बाद we are not into double digits as well.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion, double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Calaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the sure during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercrafts are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down. kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Max Man. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
तो मैंने देखा भाई दिक्कत है इनिशियल 2 गेम्स के अंदर जो देख लिया ना मैंने मेरी आंखें फट रही है अब मेरे को गुस्सा आ रहा है बिकॉज़ ये नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया था वी आर बेटर देन दिस वी आर 100% better than this इससे बेटर खेल चुके हैं
but so many good teams. I'm very confident to say
यार एक आधा चिकन निकाल लो थोड़ी सी उम्मीद आए
right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. Our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point. Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before,
बेमतलब का ओवर कमिट बन जाएगा भाई कुछ नहीं कर सकते यहाँ अब मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है इंडियन टीम का चिकन और हम सब वापस से ना होप पे आ जाएंगे कि हाँ भाई कर सकते हैं चलो लेट्स बिगिन Lane path going from Zaki to Novo Repanoe. We dropping around.
You have to be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start of game 1, but that didn't really translate.
तो चाहिए तो Zaki चले जाओ एक टीम Zaki खाली रहता है.
Obviously for Tianba as well. Far quieter. It was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo. Only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though in terms of individual plays as he was popping off on Rondo. It was a big piece of the team. I wonder if we'll have something early here from Hora and Aurora. And where's that zone going to go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. And we had a couple towards the end of survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for, that were more normalized on Erangel at least, where teams could actually play out their games. Nigma
Galaxy versus Nigma Galaxy,
no
beginning a round.
By the way, is actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Karash already went over it in the interview, but the context is crazy on it. Ralph with the M249. Some good shots done. Actually, Nigma Galaxy doing quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Taken on the side. Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here.
Was in!
To face.
भाई बच गए खाली एक ही लॉस हुआ पर कोटी आ गई पीछे
give them large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here. For context, Nigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the crowd and to all the players, we will never switch our hot drop, so it is never worth it to fight Nigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, 4th Rise feels like we can get some easy points.
You cannot, bhai. You just cannot. You cannot fight.
This is a great read from 4th Rise. I actually love this.
Oh, mate, didn't see him on the angle. 4th Rise spotting Lord. So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, 4th Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest,
कुछ भी लगे ऐसा exclamation clip कर
रहे हैं,
Indian teams अगर मचा रही होगी तो
4th Rise boys, they see a big hubba go over by the Nigma Galaxy camp and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over.
But what if Rob goes?
Cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249 looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out.
What if just Rob goes around?
Might look to back away from this one. allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your errand goals.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for 4 Thrives, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that in the Naruto event at home.
T24 is not even going further.
40 up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of 4 Thrives will come into hold. Finds the first. Takes more damage though. Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1. And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the building. Church held.
Ralph must wait away.
Back on T24. Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be fuming.
You win it twice. You win the hot drop twice back to back. It happens again. It costs you a game. And not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing. It just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Early. Like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event, live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot, but Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best thing the guys he's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the most saddest thing about it. Now it's happened in finals. It's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Nigma Galaxy's just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but they've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move. 4 Thrives did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time rotating him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake, Yasnaya on the south side, on School, as well as Severny. Shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops of tire. He can't come through here for repairs.
Bullets, though. Yeah, only 18 left. One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players. 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out.
ओजी का स्प्लिट बड़ा है
Migrate for a lot of squads.
पर स्कूल पकड़ के रखी है ओजी ने भाई ओजी का स्प्लिट बड़ा है लेकिन अच्छा है
North side. Obviously Lake is a bit of an
जोन का
awkward
बहुत
one to
सारा
play
एरिया
around. You
ओजी
can see
के
a lot of
पास है
people playing the
बहुत
Rocky
सारा
outcrops,
मतलब
the
बहुत
staging that goes
सारा
up towards
अब नॉर्दर्न साइड पे अगर चले आते हैं हायर ग्राउंड अगर स्ट्रॉलवर का मिल गया तो मजा आ जाएगा
There is also, never
लेकिन
mind,
I
it's
don't think so it will
I lied to you.
happen
It's not great. got the
और
field down
गॉडल
towards
फंस चुकी है.
Yasnaya too, so there's not a
लूट है
huge
नहीं
amount
ढंग
of fun
की.
spots to play in. You have to decide a
रोटेशन के
rotation in
सीन्स
now
है.
and
सौम्य
quickly.
के पास तो
Do you
बिल्कुल
wrap
लूट
on
नहीं
the
है.
north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Mormon from E Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there. We have the Tianba
जाके सौम्य के लूट
POV on
दिखाओगे तो पता चल
rotation.
जाएगा. That सौम्य के पास तो
into
बिल्कुल
a
लूट नहीं है.
fair
ठीक है,
place
ये
so
वर्सेस
far. Mormon
OG
keeping it
वर्सेस
going.
वुल्फ. मन्या भी गया
That's
भाई.
vitality as well, with Razy hitting a very big blow back
Aru,
onto
Aru, what are you doing?
Across the battleground, individuals being knocked. Ulf coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the
बढ़िया
net.
काम किया बिजनेस.
Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf, Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down
खत्म हो
very,
गई
very
है
quickly
गॉडल.
there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore.
ये
to
हम
go
लोग
for
पता है
this.
इधर खेलते हैं.
Ulf's
This is
deep
the
on the
same
south
fight
side of the
we
map.
take
Need to swing back further up
in the
in
वाव
Yas way.
मोड. ये वाव मोड वाली फाइट है. यहीं स्पॉन है और वो एरिया जहाँ उल्फ पे वहाँ एक स्पॉन है और जहाँ ओजी है वहाँ एक स्पॉन है.
I mean, to be fair, they had
तो ये वाव मोड वाली फाइट है.
earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
अब 3v4 है. अब नहीं आगना. Tianba भी like हम तो थर्ड पार्टी
Tackling
करेंगे.
against the Vitality Killer Bees
थर्ड
once more.
पार्टी.
And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
15 teams, 47 players. NGX और ईडा तो भाई ये जिद्दी हो गए हैं. ये हम कोचिंग की दोनों ही नहीं छोड़ेंगे. देखो NGX तो नहीं छोड़ेगी. NGX बचपन से वहीं उतरती आ रही है. वो वाली बात है कि भाई जब से गेम आया है तब से NGX को हमने NGX के प्लेयर्स को हमने एक्चुअली कोचिंग की उतरते हुए ही देखा है. वो किसी और को नहीं आने देंगे. तुम अपना ड्रॉप ही चेंज करो.
Some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy are
उधर ही
absolutely 30
थोड़ी
points
सी
right now.
दिक्कतों में आ ही रही है हर बार.
They're able to
उनका कोई ना कोई एक
earn 3
अकेला मर जाता है.
after that last game. On the first, I think they got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud.
गलत फंस गई है.
Hope they can find more of this one. Send us up over towards Tianba as well as Aura. So those two compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasa pulled away. Let's move for 4 thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that could be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag takes a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these two teams in 4 thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nongshim Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the two. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle, though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there, in fact. But it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area, a little bit unfun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
Well, that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by Fourth Rise. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from Fourth Rise. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these three players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sets them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be
Mino, ek utara, but gaadiyan itni aa rahi.
Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates.
Bahut gaadi aayi bhai,
bahut
gaadi aayi. Mino nice try.
4 of our squads out of the running into the third game so far.
हम knock खा रहे हैं हर जगह. राइट साइड पे नाम आ रहा है ना, फिनिश फीड के बहुत खराब हो रहा है अपने साथ.
Nongshim's just gonna barge over towards OG. A tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that.
Hata.
Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance.
NS के लिए problems ही problems है. यहाँ से Wolf push कर देगी अपने पे, and that is a bad thing for us.
But Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much overwatch.
FL भी पीछे आ गई.
Bad spot now.
खत्म है भाई, NS तो खत्म है. NS का last player alive रहेगा.
It's a cool side fight going through the tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
Wolf का catch भी गया.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Calling it from zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game, with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. You can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future, still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak, a little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke. Oh, it was the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives are out. Yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well. One after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits. Drop the smoke, try and stay alive.
पता था ये ult वाली fight जल्दी खत्म करनी थी, मालूम है? बहुत जल्दी खत्म करनी थी.
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury needs to re-angle towards it. It takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side, going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Kind of unsure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know someone's mover here, the pitter-patter of the footfall. Bows a distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good airbush will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines, though, will get sleepy and over towards Bows. Top, though, is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again. Goodness me, Aurora's having none of it.
You feel the base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pickup play. Aurora's to stay alive.
I wonder if they're even going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aking's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. From Molotovs, we have a bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first.
ऑरोरा को पकड़ के रखती है तो बढ़िया है, उनके खुद के लिए बढ़िया है, लॉबी के लिए बढ़िया है. तो 3 गेम्स में 30 पॉइंट्स.
So many names though.
10 की एवरेज तो मेंटेन करनी पड़ेगी ना बाबा.
Hits him in the face. He takes that peak and shuts one player down once again.
हमारा कंपटीशन ईडा से थोड़ी है, हमारा कंपटीशन ऑरोरा निग्मा गैलेक्सी S2 से. अब कहां बॉटम में
goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from 2 sides between this team.
Shreps now. get the res on of E-Arena. E-Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades.
Guys, Vaibhav में आया 1 minute.
Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other 2 teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets, that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. E-Arena making a massive swing. Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as A-King moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on. And it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The arena now. Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in and just completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely the team's exit stage left and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E-Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Igor's Mormon still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. E-Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game though. We saw how much ammo they still had more, how many smokes they still had remaining. This team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For E-Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Second place is nice though, but yes, this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E-Arena in the near future though.
As he go down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
Igor's, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested.
Center of the circle, unke paas hai.
Don't yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's.
अगर एक प्लेयर को पकड़ के
नॉक फिनिश कर दिया ना every single time they pull the pin on this one, when to move and when not to. Finally the play zone takes him out and Fury is blind again.
Now the trade
Lose
game
your
will be
eyes
very
in the back
important.
line.
Maybe 3-5.
You have to rely on your
25
gun
सेकंड तो
skill
जोन
now.
का वेट करेंगे उसके बाद जैसे ही नौवां सर्कल स्टार्ट होगा ना
Standoff
तब
between
फाइट
these
ली
two
जाएगी
teams with open space in
उससे
front of
पहले
them,
तो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि फाइट
waiting to
लेंगे
be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the
उससे
middle
पहले
here.
इट्स इम्पॉसिबल कि ये लोग
they're
फाइट
mega
लेंगे
blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving her back the worst information in the world, but
10 सेकंड
I mean,
में
for Fury, I
स्टार्ट
think
हो
it's a little
जाएगा
bit
ये
of
मेरे को सबसे सही लगता है नौवे सर्कल के लिए सर्कल खत्म हो
scaredness
गया
of
फिर
that
10 सेकंड
front
ही
line
दो
being
इनको
aggressed
मूवमेंट
upon.
करने के लिए एंड यू हैव 2.5 minutes
Schweppes
to play
pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5.
2.5 minutes is more
You
than
missed
enough.
by a
Final
mile.
circle के लिए ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि 10-15 प्लेयर्स अलाइव हो गया होंगे दो टीम्स ही अलाइव होंगी
Just dashing them out.
जब तक
It's gone wide, man.
concrete circle नहीं
Start
है
forest fire out in this field of
Open circle
Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's
There you
having
go.
to drive into it though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round, right?
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in. and
फाइट
picks
जो
up with an
प्यूरिया के
advantage
फेवर
for
में लग रही थी
E-Arena.
वो अगेंस्ट हो गई
This is PMWC here at EWC.
साइलेंस पे MG3 जरूर है लेकिन वो अभी तक साइलेंट ही है
There's been an end
इतनी
game.
साइलेंस
There
भी
has been
अच्छी
an
नहीं
end
होती
game.
प्यूरिया
Igor's confused everyone. Silence now.
जोकर
Can't be as
मॉली
quiet
के
as
लिए डाल
possible.
रहा है
Decent
वहाँ
Molotovs
पे
these
उनको
ones
इन्फो
actually,
है
trying
कि
to
एक
catch
आधा
them
प्लेयर वो
on the
एरिया पे
rotate
हो
out.
सकता है नेड मॉली अच्छी जा रही है
MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to
साइलेंस
send
अगर
this
उठ
nade
के
back into
थोड़ा
the
भी
blue.
खड़ा हुआ तो कब पेटी है भाई
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem
साइलेंस
is the
मूव
info
ठीक
goes
ठाक
both
कर रहा
ways. Silence got
है
a
पर
good
पेटी
read of
डालने
what
में 1
angle they're
मिनट भी
actually
नहीं
playing
1
from
सेकंड भी नहीं
now.
लगेगा ये पे
Oof. He actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on.
In there,
a bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really? Good game from E-Arena. I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what E-Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird end game.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in your
Exactly.
face.
Because I do think that for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. It was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, yeah, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed. That's where they are. You're dead, Isla. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info game. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision-making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
No, absolutely. I think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped.
And we have have an epic matchup here in the quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen, probably the best player in the world, against Nihal Sarin, one of the fastest players on the world. And Ben, we are going to be in for a treat.
He's coming in ready to go, ready to fight, and as he said, he's happy to be here.
Happy to be here indeed. He moves forward, but Denis Lazovic taking down Noterbeck just a little bit ago on the B stream. In the same fashion, 4 draws into Armageddon. That was another exciting matchup that had both of you all on your feet.
It was an absolutely incredible matchup. I mean, we were holding our breath.
Obviously, Magnus is a big favorite. These were my 2. They're playing a 2-game bar.
मजा आया टोटो करने में.
With Nemo,
99%
we're not going to see 4 draws here. So it's going to get some decisive results. It's going to be exciting. Both sides have chances to win. And I know Magnus, who has the white pieces, the first game, is going to want to get off on the right foot.
Exactly. I mean, the 2 did play at the EWC last year. There, it was a convincing victory for Magnus. Magnus is going to be looking to repeat that. And for Sarin, there's nothing like a grudge match.
That's right. He's going to want to make up for last year. Nihal having
मैं एक और चीज बता देता हूँ
some matches.
अगर निहाल ने ये गेम जीत
looks like so far Magnus has been coasting. Maybe he wasn't feeling well on his first day. Looks like he feels pretty good now. So we're going to see a really exciting match. And I don't expect a lot of draws, Yogi. I think we're going to see some decisive results this match.
And it's interesting, right? Because most people, when they don't play very well and they play at 50%, they don't play that well. But Magnus still managed to cruise past Yesipenko, Hans Niemann, and just effortlessly got himself a spot into the top 8.
मैं तुम लोगों को वही बता रहा हूँ अब.
Nihal Sarin, it's been a lot tougher. He was knocked down to the lower bracket by Arjun Erigaisi, but then he beat yesterday on demand Wei Yi, Jan-Christoph Duda.
Wow.
Big names.
Look, everybody's a big name in this tournament. There's no easy baskets. Every match is tough. Every game is tough. And here we go. We have a Sicilian to start out game 1 of the match.
We do have a Sicilian as the knight comes, takes the pawn, and look at this. We have business as the knights get open. This is an open Sicilian, so this really means that both sides are going to be playing aggressively.
We have a knight or a Sicilian. Pretty recently, players have been starting to play H3, but it's funny. I was doing a lecture. I was doing a lecture on the Knight of Sicilian with A6.
The start is there.
And it's good, as you can see.
Yeah,
it's funny, one of the games I analyzed was from Bobby Fischer in the 60s, and Fischer played H3, which prevents Black from playing Knight G4 later. And here's a move I don't know. Nihal Sarin played H6. This stops White from playing Bishop G5, which usually doesn't play in the line with H3. Typically, White wants to play G4, Bishop E3, and maybe at some point play G5. So H3, pretty common move. H6, I don't know. And Magnus plays a slightly unusual move, Bishop D3. We're getting into uncharted territory. There's so many different lines in the Knight. Sometimes White castles kingside, which seems likely here. Sometimes White develops the queenside pieces and castles queenside. And it's a good question whether Nihal's going to keep the king in the center for a long time or castle kingside himself. So Bishop D3, slightly unusual, H3, H6, and Nihal, the first one, thinking about what's going on because both sides are playing not the main line, and they want to just... Magnus does that a lot. He just wants to play chess, doesn't want to test his opponent's memory.
And there we see a choice from Nihal as he does go for a very flexible pawn structure. He could have pushed that pawn 1 square forward to attack the knight, but that's a different game entirely. Now we have something different, and as you mentioned, the choice is for White. You can just castle your king, get it to safety. You can also develop your bishop and just keep your opponent guessing that little while longer. If you're feeling really ambitious, I was going to say another pawn move, and not this one. Here, Magnus is indicating that he wants to clamp down on the left, and he's going to direct the play to the right.
Yeah, a positional way of playing for Magnus, H3 and A4, stopping Black from doing anything. And Black plays B6, putting all of his pawns on the third rank, so-called hedgehog way of playing. Black wants to fianchetto his bishop, and eventually put his other bishop on e7. So it seems like both sides are going for kingside castling this game. Magnus plays an aggressive move that you don't always see with a4, and that's f4. Magnus pushing his kingside pawns, controlling the center. White has more space. Black is very solid. Magnus has this slight time advantage, trying to get his opponent out of preparation, which I think he did. Now the players have to play their own moves. You know, one thing I was complaining about earlier today, Yovi, because I like to complain. You know, I'm a grandmaster. Complain as much as possible. I was like, how come there's no open Sicilians in this tournament? All we see are Catalans. Then today we see G3, Bishop G2. And finally, my complaining has come to fruition. We have an open Sicilian Najdorf. It's going to be really exciting. And the repetitions, the stalemates, and the draws are going to be off the table. We're going to see exciting chess today.
Exactly. And one of the things that is a bit ironic about the structure for Black is that it has a kind of name of the hedgehog, right?
Mhm.
And the whole idea is that, yes, it looks innocuous, you know, all of Black's pawns lined up there, not too far from home. However, if you try to go for it, then the spikes come out, and you have to be careful of those squares you leave behind. But Nihal, just considering what to do, the natural move would be just to develop the light square bishop, but he goes for developing his knight. And big question to Magnus, what is he going to do? He comes forward with the queen, and now I'm expecting White to get castled ASAP, and then just, again, get developed all of the pieces, and then just keep arguing to Black, you don't have as much space as me.
Yeah, both sides are wondering about White playing e5. White played f4. Black defended the e5 square with knight bd7. Magnus played queen e2. He wants to play e5. Nihal says queen c7, defending the e5 square. And he hopes that White can never play e5. Black can get developed in castle and eventually equalize the game. So the question is Magnus going to go all out here and play g4 and long? No, he just plays short castle, plays very solid. White has a little bit more space. White's going for a small advantage, not the monster attack that we sometimes see in the Sicilian. White has more space in the center, and typically White's king goes to the side of the board, h1 for example, getting off of the diagonal with the knight.
Break लंबा है.
And the other rook will go to
वो लोग
e1.
भाई
and White will start
couches में
attacking
आ गए,
the
मतलब
center,
break
the king
लंबा है.
side. Very double-edged position. I'm sure both players are happy right now.
Yeah, and now the big question is,
We are on
we gonna be
14th and
seeing the move that
15th,
you
Ida
pounded
on
the table?
16th.
Is he going to lift up that pawn in front of his king?
First
advance
पे
it
ये
two
आ गई है
squares?
36
Is he
points
maybe
के
gonna
साथ.
work his magic on the other side of the board and just go for
हम नहीं
total
रह सकते
control?
रे,
And
इतना
he
पीछे
goes for
28 points का
total
difference बहुत ज़्यादा हो
control.
जाता है.
He is just arguing and saying to Black, you know what? You don't have any space. I'm going to make you suffer.
No knight c5 for Black, taking away the c5 square. The bishop on d2 does a good job defending the knight on c3. And yeah, Magnus just says, I want space all over the board. No space for you.
And no space for you. One of the most unpleasant things about having no space is that you have to fight with cramped forces, and pieces get in the way of each other. So Nihal will be looking at making piece trades. He's also going to have to anticipate what White will do, because White still has a lot of options open. You can lift up your rook. You can also do what Ben was advocating for, pick up the g-pawn and go really happy with it. But for the time being, Magnus might take some time out, tuck his king into the corner, and then just keep Nihal guessing. Nihal needing to break out.
Yovi, you're predicting all the moves. B4, king h1. We got to get you down there. We'll get Magnus up here to do the commentary. We'll have Yovi versus Nihal.
Well,
87% Yovi.
There's an expression where we say the commentator, the spectator sees absolutely everything, because this game doesn't carry that much emotion for us at least, but for the player, there's so much tension and suspense. So the bishop tucks itself back, and now this is the question. What is White going to play? I remember when I was playing this type of stuff as a kid, I was lifting up my rook because I really like these rook lifts, and then starting moving them over towards the king. Okay, that didn't happen. Magnus, a lot more sophisticated than 12-year-old me.
Yeah, he wants to put the queen on h4 and then push the kingside pawns. Maybe he'll play rook to g3, do a rook lift after moving his queen to h4, so he has more pieces pointing towards the black king. The question is Black going to break out at some point with b5 or d5 or e5? Or is Nihal content to keep the solid position and wait for Magnus to do something to change the nature of the game. And again, I said this before.
भाई एक चीज नोटिस ही नहीं की 5 मिनट बचे हैं वो 2 मिनट आगे.
You can't really do that in rapid chess. 10 minutes. You got to make quick decisions and hope that you're not blundering, and hope when you change the position, it's for the better.
The problem is Nihal really can't just sit there waiting, because I'm seeing the skeleton of an attack against the Black King, right? So I'm thinking if the queen just lifts herself up 2 squares, if the rook comes up and all the pieces start to just start looking at the Black King, you could see trouble on the horizon. Okay, so the rook just waits. And what will Magnus do? Is the time now? Another idea I wanted to say is you can just also start to break open the diagonals and even maybe do a piece sacrifice here and there. These are not my pieces.
Easy to sacrifice somebody else's pieces. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, it could very well happen, right? So I'm just thinking you can lift up the
both of them are thinking 4.5 minute hai Nihal pe.
Nihal! This is exactly what Magnus has done. I was actually advocating for 1 square further, but not approved by the engine.
No, I agree with you, Yovi. I like queen h4 better, so the white rook has the g3 square. Seems like white's rooks aren't really participating in the attack after queen g3. And I'm wondering, I mean, I can see the move being inaccurate, but a question mark. Man, this computer overlord's really mean today.
It is a bit mean because it's not entirely, okay, hang on a second, you'll get the wish and you'll do it with some extra time. Okay, now, big question, given a question mark, and I think that's because it just allows white the time to lift up a rook, get the rooks involved into the game. Everyone wants to party on that side of
the Nihal just lost the tempo there. So this worked out well for Magnus. He got queen h4 in, and he gets to move again. The engine doesn't like this knight f6 move, moving back and forth, giving Magnus extra time.
I gotta say, Magnus playing with a 93.9 accuracy. In my books, them's good. And heart rates, very standard, I would say, for both of them. Around
game is gonna begin soon, guys.
In my eyes, pre-Arjun Eric, I see was relatively calm.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're hoping for a rook lift. Rook to e3 or f3, rook g3, start some attack on the king's side. Magnus does start attacking. Very double-edged move. He gives away the e5 square, so black can play knight e5, but the e6 pawn is hanging. So now we can get some sacrifices in.
Exactly. Let's see whether they work, in fact, because there's a big question here. Can you go all in to the attack? And I'm looking over at Ben and I say, let's just show it. Like if black plays the most natural move, which is to lock up the center. The big thing is, don't go back with a knight, go forward.
Yay, 96, attack.
And you can see the evaluation bar giving it a stamp of approval. It's saying this is the way forward. Oh, we're going to see it. We're going to see it, Ben. It's happening on our screens.
Yay, the analysis board and the regular board are the same. Magnus sacrifices a piece. The engine says black should play g5. That seems like a crazy move, but the knight doesn't really have any good squares. Knight b8 isn't something you want to do. And instead he gives his knight back immediately. Let's see what he does. Let's get rid of the analysis board.
Hello guys, the game is going to begin. We go back to PUBG Mobile. इतनी देर चेस भी दिखा दिया तुम लोगों को, PUBG Mobile भी दिखा दिया, सब दिखा रहा हूँ.
One more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair's hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get
Hello, the game is going to begin!
Only seen 3 matches. We are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many
Average
points as you can
निकालनी
early on, and
पड़ेगी.
consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams are looking for. They've been working all year long to get here, and we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of, it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked Fourth Ride's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation.
Now that depends. 1.5 minute
The second good decision that Fourth Ride's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo, he's hiding in a corner, you don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when you go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I mean, kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by Ida players and kind of have some exchanging of words. I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what?
57
4
seconds,
thrives.
1 minute,
They
30
came
seconds.
to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make
यहाँ के expression से पता लग रहा है he is not happy.
Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have 4 thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess.
The pressure is real. 38
sure
seconds
that
actually.
Dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For any eventually, hopefully.
Repetitions पे draw करवा सकते हो तो repetitions पे draw करवा लो.
If he keeps dropping in Pachinki in game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
आधे मिनट के डिफरेंस को बहुत जल्दी कहीं ना कहीं कवर करना पड़ेगा. गेम चालू करवाओ उधर एक माइनस एरिया. आज क्या हुआ?
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드폭스의 엑스입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, 키즈입니다. 프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다. 하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠.
저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장에 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
오! 연습반이네, 완전.
어이씨, 뭐야?
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 EWC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
아, 배고프다. 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location, and if we may have a 4th, a 5th, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? I'm in. I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day 1 of the finals. Now let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base. And it will be going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hotter out early over towards Severny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, or on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot traps, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No. Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, through the door. What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though, and Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get any, you're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know? Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people. Sure. Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. But you can't hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambos have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just
crazy.
wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pochinki too, because, well, it looks like Ida looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One day could be dangerous. Oh, the shots ring on out, and the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards, and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pochinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4th Rise are going head-to-head. And at the moment, it looks like 4th Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop, though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players
challenge
from
कर रहे हो और
Galaxy
कहाँ
there,
challenge कर
and
रहे हो
no
वो
third
important
party
है
came
तुम
on through
किसको
as well.
challenge कर रहे हो
Now we're
उससे
gonna
फर्क
jump
नहीं
over
पड़ता
towards
भाई
the teams
16
that are
की
looking
16
to put
teams
pressure
एक
on
बराबर
up
है इस
towards the
lobby
north
के
side.
अंदर
We were talking a
कहाँ
little bit
challenge
about
कर रहे हो वो
Nongshim Red
important
Force
है
losing 3 of their
Enigma
players.
Galaxy का
4th
घर है
Rise
वो
lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pochinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start making that rotation. Aurora Gaming. The one gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100% looking at
Yeah.
No ways.
I think we're going to go here, guys.
Oh, he's going to do it again? Oh, no. Oh, okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the 4th Rise and Nongshim Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to block, it seems, it's pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for fourth right. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Enigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George, splitting up. Maybe
versus Tianba.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality, right? So they're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Over on the east side need to settle their score with Alola to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alola. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Roz. It'd be great for Enigma Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety split, get themselves another chicken dinner.
Let's go, Manya! Finally you are getting into the
hunt in the middle, getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good, puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pop. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura gonna have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up. See what he can do later on.
versus Furia.
Station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes on to Team Flash.
Has
the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just
strategy.
Little tap on the tree.
Little tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there for saying hi. And then...
Gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully. With that P90. Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality, this is the re-engage, Dukes.
Here they go, they're battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. Here you can see Zol driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this. As their 6 is not covered, but Razy driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reesmus to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these two players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality doing a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now it seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror. Sleepy is holding it, but in the meantime, S2G trying to roll across the face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards Tiamba, but now everybody has been isolated and evacuated from this fight. Nobody's left to put the pressure on this triple knock.
It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it. And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back top off nicely. The run around there.
The frags are good from the side of Godlike.
Maybe missing a trick. Not able to flex out. Didn't quite have the angles on it. Oh, top just about behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He's slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them, they're able to get everybody back up here. And they're in a solid position in this circle as we now look on over to Furia. Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by E-Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief. The other 2 players down on the hillside. Tianba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations. They have done phenomenal stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous.
Gets 1.
They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash try to find their way through, thread the needle, but E-Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top. Doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door.
को नॉक किया था उसका क्या हुआ?
Has to turn tail. Turny K sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th Thrive, so nowhere real to go for him. Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
E-Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4 Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2. Zypher with 3. Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 Thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position.
That's teams 31 players, जिसमें अपनी 2 teams alive हैं.
Towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player. Top could not stay in for too much longer. 4 Thrives though, getting crashed on.
Here they go, E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Mormon hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot onto the side. Zypher's really hurt here. Great teamwork though from E-Arena, picking apart
E-Arena के भी दोनों
the likes of 4
Thrives. Zypher has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. Turny K goes down with him. But 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. Very possible to get this res. This is the chance, though, for Enigma Galaxy to move across. And look at Ralph. He's getting over. Coops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity. Whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party. But it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here.
ऊला से ऊपर जा सकते हैं, होरा से ऊपर जा सकते हैं, वाइटैलिटी तक से ऊपर जा सकते हैं.
Their noses into that fight, and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tianba, and got stuck in there. But they hold inside. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party. But because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize on it, though. As now it's the calm before the storm. We are in stage stage number 5, all these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Irina crashed on towards 4th rise. Falak went up very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sightlines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. Ulf fairly happy in their compound, but Godlike are putting pressure on.
Yeah,
Manye?
the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. Has power, trying to smoke some things out, buy his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Admino, though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside of circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh, nice shots, though, from Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across.
It is too much. It is too much.
Blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and Irina, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes, and move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here, and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Able to get the heal off, and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there on the Coops. Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as Irina make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianbao will not work out for them, and Irina
evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tianbao. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Tianbao can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Oh, now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready. Didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunch as Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we gotta push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit, though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out, so you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on Aaron. That's their biggest threat right now.
So with the response over to QZZ, at least Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player. It is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. That transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Enigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion. And now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tianba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tianba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against two duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Eren doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Ulf are on the hunt. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance, the blast from the bottom of the sea.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just take.
तुम लोग एक चीज समझ जाओ. Till the time.
This is such a difficult position to win with the black pieces. Not only are you lagging behind in development, but the position is relatively simple. And the thing is, though, you have to keep the queens on the board if you want any.
Yeah, I think Nihal has to play Queen E7 or Queen C7. He can't really afford to trade queens and go into a tinily worse endgame where White has the pawn majority on the queen side.
And Nihal knows it. This has not been the way forward. And he does play the most principled move, support the queen. And if Magnus again wants to be clinical, he just trades off queens, and that's exactly what he does. He just wants that draw. Moves that rook to the center. Now I'm expecting maybe some solidification on the left side with some pawns. Make it all beautiful, compact. You can also try and take control with the rooks on the D line. There's only one open line, but such a difficult position, actually.
Yeah, black has to win. That's a tough position with either color if you have to win, but especially with black with the two isolated queenside pawns. Magnus going to trade pieces, bishop f3, knight e4, trade everything, no pieces on the board. Wants to put his knight on a5. If black plays a5, that gives white the b5 square for his knight. The knight can go to d6. The knight can just sit on a5. That's probably why Magnus played knight b3.
Yeah. And actually, I like the way that Magnus has played it. Okay, it was given a question mark, but this is looking good, you know. Put the knight on the edge, have it look at the bishop. I did wonder why we didn't see knight takes bishop. But Magnus, maybe he's the one playing for more.
Yeah, Magnus wants to play b4 at some point and get a past d pawn.
Yeah. He has to do it. He goes for the pawn advance. I think he senses that maybe he can go for more. He'll try and make it a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think Magnus wants 3-0.
Yeah. But this is good news for Nihal, because Magnus could have played this position in a variety of ways, which would have killed any energy. And as it stands, well, maybe he's got a chance. The rook lifts up. And Nihal, the only way that I can see Nihal even trying to win is just trying to do something on the right side of the board. Just take as much space as possible with the pawns and then hope for the best.
Not easy for Nihal to get winning chances here. He does as you say, plays g5, getting some space.
Okay, and now what next for Magnus? Is he gonna start advancing? No, he kicks the bishop back. Bishop has to go backwards rather, all the way. And now this is Magnus's plan. But I think this is really good news that Magnus is trying to unbalance things. He's not playing just shut the position down. So decision time now.
Yeah, Magnus is getting space on the queen side. Now Magnus has two passed pawns. Black has one passed pawn. Knight on b6 is an excellent blockader. Black has access to the D5 square. The engine actually prefers black because white's passed pawns aren't super dangerous yet. We're still in the drawing zone, but Nihal still has some chances to win.
Yeah, and some good strategy there from Magnus, saying that knight was a fantastic blockader. Let's swap it off. And Nihal said, no, 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 no. That knight is going to attack the rook. Rook, where is it going to go, actually? Because I thought that it could just double up alongside his partner and start giving some checks. But this will come at the cost of the pawn. Okay, so he moves his rook one square, just prevents the black knight from
going to
infiltrating.
C3. Yeah.
Okay, but then now Nihal can start taking over, right? The bishop can come into the middle.
I thought he'd play bishop to D5. Now if white plays knight E3, Nihal has bishop B3. Magnus not happy at all. Doesn't like the looks of bishop D5. Magnus shaking his head. Nihal's making a comeback this game. This match is not over.
Yeah, I think Magnus just was like, I can draw this game in any way possible. And now it's not so easy, as we see. The rook doubling up. You still can't take the pawn because there is a discovered attack with the bishop. So you can't do that. But there are other ways that you can slowly improve your position.
Yeah, this is the best position Nihal's had the whole match. The engine says he's slightly better. Pawns are asymmetric. Both sides have chances. If Magnus doesn't watch out, he could lose his B5 pawn. Then he's in a lot of trouble. So Nihal still has chances. Knight E3, defending the B pawn with the bishop and putting pressure on Black's position.
Nihal एक game भी जीत जाए ना यहाँ पे, I would be feeling so good for
comes the
him.
bishop. Where are you going to go with the rook? You have to move. And now, maybe it's time to get active with your own pawns and try and trouble Magnus. Push the C pawn.
C4 is explosive, as I like to say.
Does it work? I mean,
I don't know if it works, but it's explosive.
Okay, well, it's
Well, he
on the
played
board.
it, so he must have thought it worked. When you suggest moves, Yovi, they play them. I'm not sure that their headsets are working.
A little nervous laughter there. No, I don't think they're listening to us. I'm not sure that would be a good idea.
No, I think if they were listening, there'd be more laughter.
Yeah, well, that move has certainly come as a surprise to Magnus. Okay, big question is, I didn't do the maths, and there are 3 attackers, and there's only 2 defenders, so you can take the pawn, but then you have to work out what happens if there is a pin in place, because Black could double up. And one of the things about this new Indian generation is that they're so good with calculation. It's like a second language to them. It's like they learn how to speak, how to write, and then they learn how to calculate.
Yeah. The problem is if you don't take the pawn on C4, the B5 pawn is loose. Then Black will be a pawn ahead. So Magnus, getting outplayed this game, realizes he's a little bit worse and has to fight for the draw now. Magnus with a huge time disadvantage, the biggest of the match, down over 2 minutes. And the heart rates are the same. Both players are still pretty calm, but you can see Magnus is unhappy with the way the game is unfolding.
Yeah, this is a critical moment because the big question is, can White capture the pawn in the middle, right? Because there's a lot of things happening. Because one of the things is that we were talking about that there's a pin in town. So if you capture bishop takes pawn, if we can just put that up. I mean,
Yeah, what happens if I pin then White has an amazing move here, which I never would see, and that's knight D5 check.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And the idea is if you take, I play rook E1 check, and bishop takes B3. Thanks, engine. You helped me out there.
Okay, well, hang on a second, because what is happening on our screens? Let's go to the game, because we see bishop takes pawn being played. Okay, so now Nihal has to be super careful. You cannot double up on the C line.
No, knight D5 is an amazing resource, which I'm sure both players see, just I didn't see it. I wouldn't see it either. I would double rooks. I would miss knight D5 check.
Exactly.
That's too complicated a tactic for me.
It's so easy to miss that beautiful resource. And Nihal thinking, he's got a lot of time on the clock, so he has 2 alternatives. The knight can drop back, target the bishop, in which case Magnus will have to answer some questions, like how is he going to play this? We might even have to lose material. But one thing for sure...
Yeah, knight B6 is definitely the engine move.
Yep. But one thing for sure is you can't double up. You can't play the most natural move on the board because that will lose. And we see knight drops back. And now it's a big question. How is Magnus going to defend his bishop? He moves the rook, and now you just have to go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, then Magnus is going to pin the bishop, and then black's going to be a piece up temporarily until Magnus plays a4, a5. And the engine says it's about equal. Looks like Magnus has escaped the difficulties by taking a long time and taking that pawn that wasn't really poisoned on c4. And it looks like Magnus is on his way to drawing the game. Unless something crazy happens in the next few minutes and somebody blunders, it seems like a draw is a fair result. And, well, Nihal had chances this game, but Magnus defended properly. He's not going to be happy with the way the game ended. I'm sure he wants to get an advantage and win 3-0, but he'll be happy to have won the match.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. Whether it's 2.5 or 3, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to get the job done.
And I'll show you the main line the engine is giving. Bishop c4, rook c2, rook c8, a4. White wants to play a5, and black can't really hang on to his extra piece. So the engine says king d6, takes, and this position should end in a draw. Knight takes c2, equal material, both sides have 4 pawns, and the engine says nobody's better. We'll see if that's what happens. So far, they haven't done that. Nihal actually doesn't want to draw, so he has to play differently.
Yeah, and he's actually taken with the rook instead, so after that happened. So this meant that we see this particular position where we have that imbalance again, where Magnus has the rook and Nihal has the 2 minor pieces. And
yeah, if you're forced to win, this is a better way for Nihal to play rather than that drawn endgame. Both sides could win here. Although Magnus is used to promoting his pawns to a queen based on what we saw the previous 2 games.
Right.
So Magnus likes his passed pawns.
So now what's super important for Nihal, if he wants to win, is he has to control the advance of those white pawns. So he has to tuck his rook into the corner, prevent the advance, and then what you do is once you've stopped them from moving forward, then you start to pile up the pressure, because that's the step 1. That's exactly what he needs to do. And okay, Magnus defending, and the point is that when you do the maths, black has 3 pieces, white only has 2. So there we're seeing Magnus trying to
निहाल का टाइम कम हो गया एक्चुअली निहाल ने बहुत सोचने में टाइम लिया है
It's still really complicated position here because black's rook tied
बैक टू बैक 2 साल ऐसे जाएंगे जहां पे निहाल बेचारा क्वार्टर से बाहर हो जाएगा बट ठीक है
what to do next.
The engine slightly prefers white. I'm sorry, black, I should say. I know the colors because black has 2 pieces for a rook. White has those advanced pawns, which black just blockaded, and Magnus is going to advance his king, king e3, d4, c5, and eventually black is going to have to take on a4. Magnus plays g4, which weakens the f pawn. I don't like g4. I'm not sure why Magnus played that. That seems very risky, weakening the f3 pawn. Now the engine says Nihal has good winning chances.
Yeah, and it's all based on the fact that that pawn is weak, because now you can grab that pawn on a4. Now you can make the trade, because guess what? That bishop, that beautiful bishop in the center is pointing at the pawn, and now the white king is just left behind. And it's going to happen. But this wasn't the way forward. This
now the chances are very dim. 50-50 हो गए वापस.
With the rook, that knight had to be firmly blockaded, and now black, it's not enough.
It's still better for black. I'll still take black in this position. Still has some winning chances. Taking the f pawn, and he can defend his f pawn with his rook. Black has winning chances with accurate play, which is easy for me to say with 3 minutes left. Magnus should be able to draw, but not easy to play accurately in this position.
No.
Magnus plays the way I wouldn't play. The engine loves it, moving the king away from the pawns. Likes the king on d2. Magnus defending his g pawn with his rook, attacking the f pawn with his other rook, and says, what are you going to do?
Guys, abhi wo game chodo.
A drawn position, Nihal's better, but with more time on the clock, Magnus should be able to draw this position.
Absolutely, and so instructive. The king moves away from the heart of the action in order to try and force off a trade of rooks. And then the whole thing is that that rook goes all the way to the first row. You can maybe even keep on harassing it and see what happens next. But wow, 1 minute, 14 seconds for Nihal, and he has to put the pressure on White. One thing for sure, I was going to say you want to be keeping those rooks, but instead he's going to run with the king, just start advancing the pawns. In comes the king, stage 1, and now he's going to, you can't take the pawn, so you have to start advancing.
Yeah, and this is just a known drawn book endgame. Magnus knows how to draw this. Black has some winning chances, but with accurate play, it's a draw. Magnus doesn't look super concerned.
No, he doesn't look that concerned at all. Look at that. And now he's going to stop the pawn advancing. And every time that bishop moves away, he's going to give a check to the king. You can do it now. Check the king. That has been the formula. And if you go back with the king, up comes the king on the dark squares, and it's a draw. And with that, Magnus Carlsen is in the semi-finals.
That score is very familiar. We saw that.
Magnus भाई आप क्या ही फाड़ देते हो रे लोंडो को?
Fashion.
ये आदमी जीतने थोड़ी देगा.
Number 1 on every move, you know. This game.
लोंडो हो रहा क्या ही करता है यार?
It was a magic trick almost.
It was.
Houdini.
It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Aaron Gill, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just, they're just wondering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, you saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop, but here you go, Pachinki, Nigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and Ida going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear-up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never go up this location. And it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking, Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leading, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1, 2, that's it. But you're right, Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Nigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop, you've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry, and I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Again, they have 2 points. You're not going to win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 Thrives, I think it was on one of the Erangels earlier, Niptura, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki waiting for the loot truck to come out, because they know no one is going to get that loot truck, because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, big respect, by the way, Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player, and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4 Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send. Game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So, yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it wouldn't be Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you gotta pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hard drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like, they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Enigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But
yeah,
EW just, yeah.
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop is a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. So everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck, you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to
moonwalk.
Be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you.
TLDR.
Very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment. We don't like it. End of story.
Yeah.
Unless you're Nick McGalaxy. Nick McGalaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E-Arena right now in 1st place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the Elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as the day has been going on. And it's none other than Aurora, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc, right? I would even take the Dockening at this point. I would be like, I want to see something come out of it. But yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got 2nd place on the first round. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points after 3 wrangles back to back to back. Quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Therapy Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
I will say you
so you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now.
Pressure
लेके तो करो ही मत.
अगर pressure लेके
करोगे, you say I'm not worried, and
I'm
then you
not
start
too
sounding
worried.
very worried to me.
I'm not too
It
worried.
started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, this isn't looking too good.
You just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 Thrives ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great.
And
Chicken
this is
dinners
kind
are
of
coming
the
through,
worst
but it's kind
tournament
of
for
like
us in
more
the
of
global
a
levels, right? मतलब not worst, I would say. Grand finals का qualification है, बढ़िया है.
Segments, but you've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going
But
to go on about that.
qualification
I won't carry on about that. But look, I even just want to touch on like Vitality. We didn't really get to talk about them. They are playing incredibly scared. So Neptura, after you're sort of
ईडा 2 पे है, ईडा को तो मैं गिनता भी नहीं भाई.
Because like even in that final zone there, they had
उनका नहीं गिनने का कारण है साले egoistic है. नहीं छोड़ूंगा. अब क्या नहीं छोड़ूंगा पूछेंगे क्यों नहीं छोड़ूंगा?
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than Godlike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today, because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fragging power of S-Power. And right now, for S-Power, to give him a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle, because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Sommei. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manu is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now, because Manu is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few others sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught in.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Enigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they will be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. S-Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything
you're
that's
my
been going
special
on.
little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man here on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of that adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu's been amazing. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me of the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay,
where's my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now. What do you think?
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked I would say towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay, yeah.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when,
actually
MVP
speed में
in
थोड़ा सा
PL season
पंजाब है.
1 spring.
It's not quite as
खुद
old
बोलता है
as
मैं नहीं खेल
He is
सकता.
pretty old.
Way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard. He's a grizzled warrior, but he looks good. And I think that for Ulf though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad.
So 4 log dekh rahe ho.
Kind of a prideful
Which
moment
team
for me.
is the
I was
winner?
like, get in, lads. This is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was
ये तो
quite
तुम
chuffed
spam
about
कर रहे हो ना?
myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
चिकू भाई.
Great job, lads. Great job, mate.
I think as well, controlling that compound
तुम
now
तो
actually has
spam
great
कर रहे
lines
हो
of
ना?
sight on the south
That
side.
spamming,
Any
I
vulnerability
guess,
normally comes from the north, which actually
just
didn't
like
really exist in that
team
game due
पे
to
ध्यान
where
दे
the
दो.
circles were
और
shifting.
spam
So
कर
they
लो.
had to turn all their
ठीक है.
attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're
दो
right, they
तीन जन को और
prioritize
ले आओ
those
ना,
threats very
spam करने के
well
लिए.
from a compound
अकेले कर
like
रहे हो, अच्छा
that.
नहीं
So
लग रहा.
good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention
दो
as
तीन
well
बंदों को
to
और तो लेके
Irina,
आते
who
हैं,
has
अकेले
looked-
कहाँ है वो?
It's funny because I'm a little bit
भाव भी नहीं मिलेगा.
conflicted by what Irina's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game,
इसको हाइड नहीं करूंगा,
I really
रहने
appreciate
दूंगा.
the wide wraps that they're
दिखेगा
doing.
भाई.
The 4-5s have like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the
मैं तो
snowball
चाहता
coming
हूँ
down
कि
the
आए,
hill.
आओ
And,
ना.
crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, Irina.
देखो, we are not performing good. तो वैसा नहीं है कि भाई.
If they're really good at the game or very lucky.
हम हमारी टीम को कहीं भी जाके डिफेंड
I don't
करेंगे.
think I'm very sure about this point in time. I remember
At
a time
least
when
try
Struts,
to
you know,
perform good
was
पहले.
sweeping aside the competition.
कितना कचरा खेल रहे हो?
But again, I think
तुम खुद
Irina
भी.
just hasn't quite hit that
और
full
दूसरों को
stride
आगे
yet,
बता रहे हो
but
कि
they
what
do
is
have the
happening.
massive potential, Kale.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the
That
past
he
and
has.
Schweppes with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
25 point पे.
There's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favourite, playing for Team Liquid against Nahal Sarin for SAUL.
Okay.
So pretty big game, mainly for Team Liquid. You know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you. 'Cause they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment, but they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the
हो चुका है वो मैच
semi-finals.
खत्म.
Earlier today, we had the first quarterfinal, which was Dennis Larsson
अरे
playing
फिर
against
भी
the Navi
मतलब कैसे आ गए रे
representative.
top
And he
2 और
managed
top
to get
3
a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable. But then you realize they've got 2
बताओ
players.
जरा.
One of them's already progressed through. And Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
Okay.
So Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Dennis Larsvik, AGL versus Falcons in the
That's
semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Dennis was trying to almost preempt the win. He was practicing putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So, you know, maybe that's a good one.
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out PUBG Mobile and knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons had to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot. But then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26, we got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they're truly able to start off hot, but they just keep going down that leaderboard.
It's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Reefus as well. That's kind of like been underperforming. Even Ziol, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo, so sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziol has definitely also been putting weight, but top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 eliminations per game is crazy. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well, because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much
you don't know what is happening in India right now.
In that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate.
Let's
here.
see.
Fourth
After this game, ये 4-21-25 पे रहेगा.
We just want to see
और
more
मैं एक चीज बता देता हूँ. 2 मीरामार में से 1 मीरामार हमारी इंडियन टीम निकाल देगी.
Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall plays. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max.
मैं इसके लिए सिर्फ काम करने पे फोकस करता हूँ.
You picked Team Flash, right?
तुम जैसा नहीं हो.
If I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction.
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there.
खाली
Not doing
टेकन में
terribly.
अच्छे हो गए हो.
But come on,
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think
एक
they need
गलती
to
से
do to be able to
टूर्नामेंट जीत
skyrocket
गए
up
हो
that
PUBG
leaderboard so
मोबाइल का.
prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on
पता
with
नहीं
Team
कहाँ
Flash. Ooh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but
खाने
look,
पीने के
Team
तो
Flash, I
one
feel like
You thrive
actually
on this.
there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Horror Esports.
Like, for real,
Natura, this squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Horror Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not, and I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that, so I do agree with you in that sense. But, look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash Zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2, they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Win. This is something that you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives, what was it, 50+ point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash Room once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing.
हिंदी कास्टिंग का क्या सीन है? हिंदी कास्टिंग देखते हैं PMWC हिंदी.
So I have heard कि इस अरेना को बनाने में विदिन 2 months के अंदर इसको बनाया है, एंड क्योंकि पहले सऊदी में होने वाला था एंड फिर इन्होंने पेरिस में शिफ्ट किया. बट यार बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है कि आप इतना बड़ा अरेना 1.5 या 2 months के अंदर बना रहे हो. एंड क्रेजी भाई, बहुत ऑडियंस, फिर जो वाइब है इधर की, फिर जो सारी चीज़ें करिए, फूड, प्लेयर, वेन्यू, सब कुछ भाई क्रेजी.
Alright, for the next question, I think मैं थोड़ा सेंटर में आता हूँ, and I would love to know कि आपने कोई French word सीखे या नहीं. Starting with you, then we'll go there.
No, first.
Okay, first we got, yeah.
Bonjour.
And what about you?
Bonsoir and it's like good evening. Evening में bonjour नहीं बोल सकते. And then au revoir, that's goodbye.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, guys. Here you go.
2 लोगों के चेहरों पे साफ नजर आया कि पहली बार वो शब्द सुना है उन्होंने, और उनके साथ 3 लोग यहाँ भी बैठे, बिकॉज हम तो सुबह हो शाम हो बोंजोर ही बोलते रहते हैं. I mean, I was just about to say कि हमें तो सिर्फ बोंजोर ही आता, उससे पहले तो कुछ आता नहीं है.
हम मतलब इतने टाइम से रात को भी गुड मॉर्निंग बोल रहे थे लोगों को.
Oh my God.
बट चलिए एक और चीज़ ये भी हमने जानी कि भाई स्पीरो, उन्होंने हमें अरीना नहीं दिखाई है.
This is bad, right?
Yeah.
उन्होंने हमें खाने का जगह दिखा दिया, गेमिंग जोन दिखा दिया, केक्स, बर्गर्स, पिज्जा सब दिखा दिए, अरीना नहीं दिखाया.
और सबसे इम्प्रेसिव चीज इज द अरीना, जैसे ज़ीगॉड ने बताया, एक इतनी बेसिकली गेमिंग सिटी खड़ी कर दी गई पेरिस के अंदर फॉर EWC 2026. इतने सारे टाइटल्स के कंपटीशन हो रहे हैं. स्पीरो, वेयर इज द डोर? Where is the door?
It's not. Justice चाहिए हमें.
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने मेरे दिल की बात सुन चुके थे, मतलब कि उन्होंने इसीलिए खाना दिखाया पहले. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था उस दिन.
ठीक है, नेक्रोस कैसे हैं आप?
Yes, exactly. आप आइए, हाथ मिला लीजिए, हम सेम
जी.
यस अब चलिए वापस से आते लेकर आते ब्रॉडकास्ट के ऊपर आते हैं। हमारे इम्पोर्टेंट मैचेस चल रहे हैं और फिर से इम्पोर्टेंट मैचेस, अभी प्रेशर हर बार, खासतौर से ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की बात करें, हर मैच के बाद एक नई पीक हिट करता है। फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप टॉप पे बैठे हो, आप लीडर बोर्ड के बॉटम पे बैठे हो। आप अगर टॉप पे है, प्रेशर ये है कि पीछे से टीम्स अब आपका पैर पकड़ के आपको नीचे खींचने की कोशिश करेंगी। और अगर आप बॉटम पे हैं, डर बस ये रहता है कि जो ट्रेन आगे निकल चुकी है आपसे, वो ज़्यादा दूर ना चली जाए। कैचअप करने के लिए चलिए थोड़ी अब मैच पे आ जाते हैं। आपने थोड़ी देर पहले पॉइंट्स मेंशन किए थे टीटीआर की, 2 मैचेस है, 2 मीरा हमारे। कितने पॉइंट्स बोले थे आपने?
15 के आसपास अगर आप पॉइंट्स निकालते हो पर मैप, नहीं टोटल में, क्योंकि
टोटल
अभी
15 बोला।
हाँ, क्योंकि अभी पर मैप 15 एक्सपेक्ट करना मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आज दिन उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा। सो इसी वजह से मैंने 2 मैप का मिला के 15 इसीलिए बोला कि कल के दिन के लिए थोड़ा बहुत और बेहतर स्टेज में अपने आप को महसूस करेंगे। और अभी तक की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो हमें जो कट ऑफ है टॉप 5 के लिए, वो हमें 8 के आसपास देखने के लिए मिला है। तो देखिए एट द एंड हम अभी भी चैंपियन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हमें आज अभी जहां पे है उससे बेहतर के लिए सोचना होगा। मुझे लगता है कि टॉप 5 एक रियलिस्टिक टारगेट हो सकता है अभी टाइम पे, मतलब रुक के। एंड उस हिसाब से मुझे लगता है कि अगर 15 पॉइंट अभी निकालेंगे तो कल और चांसेस रहेंगे।
13 पे एक टीम, 10 पे दूसरी टीम, 15 आए तो ओजी पहुंचेगी 25 पर और गॉडलाइक पहुंचेगी 28 पर। टॉप 8 में आ पाएंगे हम इतने से?
आ जाना चाहिए, बट अगेन 15 पॉइंट इज लाइक जस्ट अ स्टार्ट, हेड स्टार्ट मैं कह सकता हूँ, जो शायद उनको थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम बिल्ड करने में हेल्प करे। एक गेम आए, लास्ट गेम पे अगर 10 पॉइंट में निकाले तो मैं मानता हूँ नेक्स्ट 2 गेम्स में अगर 25 to 30 पॉइंट्स, 30 बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, बट 25 पॉइंट्स पे अगर निकाले
जी
तो बहुत
बिल्कुल।
बढ़िया
बट
रहेगा।
चलिए आई थिंक हमारे जो मित्र हैं स्पेरो, उन्होंने नए मित्र बना लिए हैं पेरिस के अंदर, और उनके साथ ही हमको ये टूर लेना पड़ेगा कि EWC का अरीना कैसा दिखता है। लेट्स हेड टू स्पेरो वंस अगेन।
वाह, लेट्स हेड टू स्पीरो बोल के ऐड दिखा दी।
So I am here with Dobby from Godlike and हमें पता है यार डॉबी गेमर्स बहुत अच्छे रिफ्लेक्सेस के साथ आते हैं, तो आज हम आपके रिफ्लेक्स चेक करना चाहते हैं। Are you ready?
I am ready.
So you know about this game?
Yes, I've seen it in the reels and content, but I've never tried it.
So today you are going to try it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm scared as hell.
That's okay. Can you step in? So I'll tell you about the rules. So these things will fall one by one. You just have to grab them. Okay. All right. As many as possible.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Can we start the show? All right, Dobby. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's begin.
That great.
Almost.
Yeah.
Come on, Dobby.
I am
ठीक भी नहीं पकड़ पाएगी भाई।
That's completely fine.
Hell no.
No, last three. Yeah, let's go.
Hell no. What's that?
Last one is there.
There's one more left. Oh my,
That's 2.
I mean, being a gamer, it's so bad for me, but I feel like it's okay, guys. For the first time, it's okay.
देखो मैं एक चीज जरूर कहूंगा कि no matter how you play, खेलना जरूरी है, हार मानना अच्छी बात नहीं है, and you played, so kudos for that.
Thank you so much. You wanna try it? Have you tried it?
I will try it in the next video. Thank you so much guys for watching.
Bye.
We will wait for the next video स्पेरो। हम इंतजार करेंगे। मैं स्पेरो को ये चीज करते हुए देखना चाहूंगा। लास्ट टाइम मैंने लाइव देखा था, wasn't the best result, was it buddy? बट चलिए, डॉबी ने जैसा कहा कोई बात नहीं, हार गई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। नेक्स्ट ट्राई आई थिंक उनका बेटर रहेगा, और स्पेरो आई थिंक लोगों को थोड़ा प्रेशर के अंदर डाल ही देते हैं आसपास होते हैं तो।
बट मुझे यही एक जानना है कि स्पीरो हमेशा दूसरों को आगे कर देते फिर खुद पीछे रह जाते, बोले मैं तो नेक्स्ट वीडियो में करूंगा, फिर करते नहीं।
स्पेरो वही शख्स है जो बोलते हैं हम पुश करेंगे अभी, और खुद बाहर बैठे रहते हैं कॉम्पाउंड के।
1 HP है, कसम से 1 HP है।
जी भाई 1 HP है TTR, अभी तो कोई 1 HP नहीं है, टीम जी 1 HP बची है फिलहाल तो।
जी हाँ, देखिए अभी मजाक मस्ती चलते रहना चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि अभी जिस तरीके से आज का पूरा दिन चला है, थोड़ा सा लाइट होना चीज़ों की ज़रूरत थी। और
जोक सुनाएंगे आप एक?
मेरे पास तो जोक्स नहीं है उतने, बट आप सुनाइए मुझे।
मुझे आ रहा होता तो मैं आपसे क्यों पूछता?
ये भी बात है, ये इसमें भी हंस दिया हमने।
आप तो अभी भी नहीं हंसे। नेक्रोस कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ, बट मुझे लगता नहीं कि जो बढ़िया हालत है वो बहुत सारे टीम्स एंड बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स की भी रहेगी, बिकॉज दे आर ऑल्सो स्ट्रगलिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ गेम प्ले। जो शायद पिछले स्टेज में कर रहे थे वैसा सेम डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं कर पा रहे। अनफॉर्चुनेट, बट मुझे ये भी लगता है कि बहुत सारे टीम के ऊपर वो प्रेशर आ रहा है। मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा एक नाम S2G का भी रहने वाला है। एक चिकन डिनर निकालने के बाद आप अपने आप को सेकंड चार्ट पे पा रहे हो, एंड दैट टू स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर पॉइंट्स।
जी, थोड़ी हिस्टोरिकल रेफरेंसेस भी देते हैं। सोल के S2G के अंदर वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट प्लेयर्स, आई बिलीव, नॉट द ओल्डेस्ट, एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स इनसाइड ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर फाइनल्स की लॉबी। काफ़ी सालों का एक्सपीरियंस है सोल के पास। एंड अगेन, जिस तरह से टीम को इस समय लीड कर रहे हैं, S2G उतना खराब नहीं है। आई थिंक दे आर 9th ऑन द ओवरऑल लीडरबोर्ड।
यस, एंड उनकी तरफ से अभी तक जितना परफॉर्मेंस हमने देखा है, पिछली बार भी जब हम देख रहे थे इनको, तो उस टाइम पे भी हमने देखा था कि जब उनको ज़रूरत होती है कि हाँ हमें कमबैक करना है, वो उस तरीके से खेलना शुरू कर देते हैं। एंड वो घुसते भी हैं, मारते भी हैं, और उसी के साथ पहले तो ये देखते हैं कि उनके कंपाउंड पे कौन है। जैसे कि नेक्रोस कुछ देर पहले आप कह रहे थे कि अरोरा वो अल्फा की तरह खेल रहे हैं, वैसे ही गेम प्ले S2G भी दिखाती है जब उनको जरूरत होता है।
एंड द मेन फैक्ट इज S2G का जो चिकन आया था वो एक बहुत क्रेजी गेम था, बिकॉज द मेन फैक्ट इज बहुत लोगों ने नोटिस किया भी नहीं होगा, S2G पहले मेन आइलैंड पे उतरे थे, दे टुक द होवरबोर्ड्स, वो फिर मिलिट्री बेस के आइलैंड पे गए। आई डोंट नो क्यों गए वो, मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता किसी के पास ये जवाब रहेगा कि क्यों गए। फिर वहां से वापस रोटेट करके आए मेन आइलैंड पे विद दोस 2 होवरबोर्ड्स, एंड माय चिकन डिनर निकाल के चले गए विद सम डिसेंट अमाउंट ऑफ एलिमिनेशंस एज वेल, एंड प्रोबेबली एक वन ऑफ द मोस्ट हिस्टोरिक चिकन डिनर्स हम कह सकते हैं इसको।
जी बिल्कुल, मिस्टर शर्मा तो सरप्राइज हो गया था। आई थिंक वो मिलिट्री ब्रिज के पास जो फाइट हुई थी उसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं। बट एक और हेड टू हेड कंपैरिजन करते हैं, बिकॉज S2G से ज़्यादा पीछे नहीं है। होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स नेपाल से आई ये टीम भी काफ़ी प्रसिद्ध है अपने रीजन में, और इनफैक्ट इंटरनेशनल लॉबीज़ के अंदर इनको भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा खूंखार माना जाता है। दे आर नॉट अफ्रेड ऑफ एनीवन, बट होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स इनकी स्टार्ट भी उतनी अच्छी नहीं रही है इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की।
एंड एक फाइट मुझे अभी भी याद आ रहा है कि नो फियर ने जिस तरीके से उधर फाइट लिया था
40 के
अकेले ने, यस 40 को उधर डाउन किया था। और देखिए वो दिल के अंदर ना वो जज्बा होना चाहिए, और उसके बाद ही आप इस तरीके के फाइट्स जीत सकते हो, क्योंकि उन्होंने पहली बात अपने जो पोजीशन है वो मल्टीपल टाइम्स चेंज किया। हमने देखा कि पहले वो स्ट्रेट्स पे थे, फिर अंदर रूम में गए, रूम से एक प्लेयर को नॉकआउट करके वो फिर से स्ट्रेट्स पे गए, क्योंकि उनको रिलोड करना था। उनके S12 के में सिर्फ 5 गोली बाकी थी, और उससे उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा कोशिश जो है वो उधर किया, और एट द एंड वो फाइट जीतते हुए दिखे।
आपने एक बहुत आइकॉनिक नंबर मेंशन कर दिया है, बट मैं उसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं करूँगा। आपके क्या थॉट्स हैं इनकी बातों पर?
देखिए, मैं तो हमेशा यही अग्री करता हूँ, बड़े भाई है मेरे, तो मैं जो भी बोलते हैं तो आप जो भी बोल रहे हैं सही बोल रहे होंगे, तो मैं यही पे अग्री कर लेता हूँ। देखिए, मैं आप सभी को बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। वहाँ पे देखिए मेरे 2 और बड़े भाई भी आ गए।
एग्जैक्टली, बड़े भाई बोला है इंजीनियर आपको भी और मेजी भाई को भी।
मैंने तो इंजीनियर और मेजी है
वाज दैट अ केस ऑफ गुड लक?
पर वो तो बिहाइंड द सीन होना था ना।
आप बताओ ना।
अरे आपसे पूछा यार जी इंजीनियर।
मैं समझ नहीं पाया किस बारे में।
अच्छी आप इनको गुड विशेस दे रहे हैं या फिर कुछ और कहना चाह रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो प्यार बांट रहा हूँ, मैंने प्यार दिया है, उन्होंने मुझे बड़े भाई बोला है, इतने इज्जत से नवाजा है, तो मैं
बड़े मुश्किल से जोक मार रहा था, बट ठीक है कोई बात नहीं।
देखिए, हिंदी में जोक मारिए।
कोशिश करूंगा मैं मेरे भाई।
हिंदी स्टेज पे है ग्रुप चरण, ग्रुप स्टेज नहीं, ग्रुप चरण।
जी बिल्कुल, और आप मतलब मेरी वोकैबुलरी हिंदी क्या करोगे? मैंने सुना नहीं कोई वर्ड बोला आपने।
नहीं, मैं कह रहा था अगर चरण बोल ही रहे हैं तो ग्रुप हटा के आप समूह भी ऐड कर दिए, समूह चरण बोल दीजिए। बिल्कुल।
सबसे पहले दिन मेरा यही सवाल था कि ग्रुप चरण को अगर प्योर हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ, समूह मैं नया सीखूं, और आई थिंक मेरे लिए स्पेशल चीज़ यही है कि आप लोगों के साथ जितना टाइम स्पेंड करने मिल रहा है, मेरी हिंदी वोकैबुलरी काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव हो रही है। बट मिस्टर मेजी, आपसे चलिए शुरू करते हैं। अभी तक का जो रन रहा है, आखिरी 2 मीरामार आ ही गए हैं, और फिलहाल हम लोग तो S2G की बात कर रहे थे, बट आपकी तरफ से कोई ऐसी टीम जो आपको अभी दूसरे बनने पे नजर आ रही है, आपका ख्याल है कि भाई बहुत पीछे हैं, आगे होना चाहिए OG गॉडलाइक के अलावा?
देखिए, सबसे पहला तो सवाल यही है कि क्या हम मिरामार पे आए, और अगर आए तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी मौका रहेगा फ्यूरिया के पास, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से उन्होंने
मिरामार के मैचेस अभी तक खेले हैं, मैं मानता हूँ कि पॉसिबिलिटी पूरी रहेगी उनकी कि फ्यूरिया की टीम 2 मिरामार पे सच में बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर जाए। दूसरी टीम यूएलएफ, आप उनको भूल नहीं सकते कैसे मिरामार के अंदर उन्होंने हर एक बार परफॉर्म किया है और मिरामार से ही क्वालिफिकेशन उनका हमेशा होकर गया है। मैं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ फ्यूरिया यूएलएफ 2 टीम जो मिरामार में बढ़िया करे।
इंजीनियर, आपके थॉट्स, आपको क्या लगता है ये जो आपने एक वर्ड यूज किया था ना, मैजिक ब्राउन सैंड्स ऐसे कुछ करके बोला था आपने मीरामार को,
मैप ऑफ गोल्डन सैंड,
मैप ऑफ गोल्डन सैंड्स पे गोल्ड कौन निकालेगा इंजीनियर?
देखिए, मीरामार के मरुस्थल की बात हो रही है, जैसे इन्होंने गोल्डन सैंड्स की बात करी है तो हम
न्यू वर्ड अनलॉक्ड,
रेगिस्तान की बात हो रही है, बट मैं मेजी के
रेगिस्तान का पर्यायवाची होता है मरुस्थल।
हाँ,
मेरे को नहीं पता था मेरे भाई, ऐसा बुरा मत
इसीलिए अब हम साथ में जुड़े हैं। बट हाँ जॉनी, आपने मुझसे पूछा, देखिए मैं पूरा एग्री करता हूँ मेजी के साथ, पता नहीं क्यों बट हमारे विचार इस समय पे बहुत मिल रहे हैं। फ्यूरिया वो टीम है जो कभी भी वापसी कर सकती है। एरेंगल का एक गेम आप देखिएगा, जो सेकंड एरेंगल का गेम था, मुझे लगा था कि एक मोमेंट पे बहुत ही अलग वो चिकन आ सकता है। अगर उनके रोटेशंस की बात करें, चौथे पांचवें सर्कल में बहुत अच्छा रोटेट। उसके अलावा यूएलएफ के बारे में भी ऑलरेडी मेजी ने चर्चाएं करी कि हाँ, मीरामार वो गेम है जहां से वो कमबैक करते हैं, उनकी तरफ से वो कमबैक आते हुए नजर आए हैं। तो हाँ, ये वो 2 टीम है जो शायद अभी भी और बेहतर कर सकती है।
सबसे मुश्किल सवाल पूछूं आपसे कि किसको टॉप 8 में नहीं होना चाहिए था?
मेजी आप शुरू कीजिए, फिर मैं आ ही रहा हूँ पीछे पीछे।
टॉप 8 में जिनको नहीं होना चाहिए था, आई फील तियानबा इतने टाइम से चाइना रीजन अच्छा खेल नहीं रही थी, नहीं खेलते तो कोई सरप्राइज नहीं होता, ऐसा कोई आश्चर्यचकित हो जाने वाली बात नहीं होती, क्योंकि फिर सभी को पता था ना कि हाँ नहीं खेल रहे वो बढ़िया। ये बिल्कुल 8 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट के साथ जो 37 फिनिशेस निकाले ना उन्होंने 4 मैचेस में, धुआं कर दिया है फिलहाल।
बिल्कुल, ये सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस का मोमेंटम काफी अच्छे से कैरी फॉरवर्ड किया। इंजीनियर, यही डिस्कशन डेस्क पे भी चल रही थी एनालिस्ट के बीच में कि टियानबा जिस तरह से मोमेंटम लेकर आई और इनफैक्ट ई अरीना भी, वो सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस की लह ने इनका साथ अभी तक नहीं छोड़ा है।
देखिए टियानबा बहुत अच्छी गन पावर के साथ देखने को मिले हैं, चाहे आप मीलू की बात करें, क्यूजी की बात करें, हर एक प्लेयर ने जिस मोमेंट पे वो फाइट चाहिए कि कंक्लूड करनी है वो उन्होंने कंक्लूड करी है। इसमें मैं थोड़ी सी हेल्प ओजी की भी मानूंगा। उस समय पे अगर वो उस गेम में ओजी अगर थर्ड पार्टी कर देती तो शायद टियानबा उस मैच को उतना बड़ा कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि एक समय पे उनके 3 प्लेयर्स डाउन हुए थे। उसके अलावा ई अरीना शायद ये भी एक ऐसी टीम है जिसने ग्रुप स्टेज के टाइम पर इतना बड़ा ब्लंडर किया, 39 पॉइंटर के साथ भी क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए। आप सोचिए कि उन्होंने एक मैच में ही अराउंड 40 पॉइंट निकाले थे, बाकी 11 मैचेस में 40 पॉइंट ही उन्हें चाहिए थे लगभग, बट वो चोक करने के बाद वो टीम हमें आगे लीग स्टेजेस से आगे सर्वाइवल्स में देखने को मिली। और मैं समझता हूं कि हाँ, ये टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म जरूर कर रही है, बट आने वाले समय में हो सकता है कि इनकी तरफ से चोक होता हुआ नजर आए। ये दोनों ही वो टीम है जो सर्वाइवल से आई है और दोनों ही टीम #1 #2 पर बैठी हुई है।
अभी फिलहाल चलिए सीरियस डिस्कशन हमने कर ली, अब सुपर सीरियस डिस्कशन पे आते हैं। आपको क्या लगता है, स्पेरो जब शॉट्स ले रहे थे कल वो बास्केटबॉल के, क्या उन्होंने कदम आगे बढ़ाए थे अपने?
जी हाँ।
बहुत सोचा मेजी ने। मेजी, आप स्पेरो के साथ 1v1 करना चाहेंगे बास्केटबॉल शूटआउट?
देखिए, मैं पहले भी जीत चुका हूँ उन लोगों से, और शायद वो स्पीड हुई थे जिनसे मैं जीता था, जहाँ तक मुझे याद आ रहा है। एक बार हम गए थे पार्टी करने के लिए और वहाँ पर हमने सच में ये कंपटीशन किया था। मेरा स्कोर बहुत ज्यादा हाई था।
क्या गेम चालू नहीं कर रहा है?
बचपन में मैं जब छोटा था, हालांकि अभी भी छोटा हूँ, उस टाइम मैं वॉलीबॉल एंड बास्केटबॉल दोनों खेला करता था। पुराने दिन स्कूल की टीम में बस मैं अपनी जगह पक्की करने ही वाला था कि मेरे से कहीं ज्यादा एक लंबे जो व्यक्ति थे वो आ गए और उन्होंने मेरी जगह छीन ली। बट मैं वॉलीबॉल में फिर भी बना रहा, मेरी 4 डेक तो सोती रहती है। सच कुछ हाइट की जरूरत नहीं होती, आप बस गेम आपका अच्छा होना चाहिए, मैं जीत जाऊंगा।
इंजीनियर, आप किस मुकाबले में चैलेंज करना चाहेंगे स्पेरो को? बहुत सारा उन्होंने स्वादिष्ट सा खाना भी निकाल दिया है, ईट ऑफ हो जाए।
देखिए, मैं तो बास्केटबॉल से रिलेटेड उतना ज्यादा चर्चाएं कर भी नहीं सकता। मजबूरी में मुझे कॉलेज टाइम में वो खेलना पड़ता था, वार्डन पिटाई करता था मेरी। हाँ, मतलब वार्डन जो है फर्स्ट ईयर में सारे जूनियर्स को पकड़ के कोर्ट के आसपास खड़े कर देते थे ताली बजाने के लिए कि भाई ताली बजानी है। हाँ, मैंने कभी भी बास्केटबॉल कभी नहीं खेला, मुझे एक भी बार नहीं खेला आज तक, तो मैं शायद क्रिकेट खेलना ज्यादा पसंद करूंगा।
जी बिल्कुल, आई थिंक वहां पे मुकाबला आपका और स्पेरो का तो काफी ज्यादा
एक तरफा।
एक तरफा
दोनों ही गेम में एक तरफा कैसे हार रहे हैं स्पीरो?
एक तरफा वो जीतेंगे मुझसे और एक तरफा मैं
जॉनी, इससे ये समझ में आता है कि जब इंसान सामने ना हो तो हमेशा वो हारता ही है।
एग्जैक्टली और अभी तो जैसा एक तरफा बोला, हम उनको दुनिया के दूसरी तरफ भेज चुके हैं। बट चलिए अब हम आपके बारे में बात करेंगे, तो इसलिए मैं आपको यहाँ से भेजना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस कास्टर्स। आप चैलेंज करना चाहेंगे इन्हें बास्केटबॉल या क्रिकेट में?
मे बी क्रिकेट में हो सकता है, बास्केटबॉल में तो मुश्किल ही नहीं।
मैं तो दूसरा ही गेम सोच रहा था।
क्या?
पिकल बॉल।
हमने खेला है, वैसे स्पीरो ने भी खेला है हमारे साथ,
हराया भी है हमने स्पीरो को।
क्या बात है,
स्पीरो ने ज्यादा बार हराया है हम।
फिर से वही बात,
बट स्टिल हमने हराया है, वही इम्पोर्टेंट।
नहीं, इम्पोर्टेंट चीज वही है ना, जैसा भाई मेजी हमको एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज कह के गए कि जब इंसान सामने नहीं होता फिर वो हारता ही रहता है। और अभी तो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, मैं स्पेरो को 1v1 में बीट कर चुका हूँ। Who knows? बट हमारे पास सवाल आए हैं हमारे दर्शकों से, और पहला सवाल है, will OG and Godlike have a drop fight? If yes, who will win? Will they have a drop fight? ये तो हमें नहीं पता, लेकिन अगर हो गई, आप लोगों को क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
मुश्किल है ये कहना, और मुझे तो लगता नहीं है कि ड्रॉप फाइट लेना भी चाहिए इन दोनों टीम्स को।
इस मोमेंट पे तो नहीं लेना
चाहिए। कौन जीतेगा पता नहीं, देश जरूर हार सकता है।
ये नाम बाय द वे मैंने देखा, फियर्स ओपी गेमिंग। इज दैट द फियर्स दैट वी रिमेंबर? आई होप सो। मजा आएगा।
वी डोंट नो, बट हाँ, इस क्वेश्चन पे मैं आंसर देना चाहूंगा। ड्रॉप क्लैश अगर हो जाता है, अकॉर्डिंग टू द करंट स्टैट राइट नाउ, अभी इस मिनट में, आई फील लाइक गॉडलाइक विल हैव एन अपर हैंड इन टर्म्स ऑफ फाइट, क्योंकि ओजी वही जो उनका ग्रुप ए के जो पहले दिन के मैचेस थे, वो एज अ सिंगल यूनिट स्ट्रॉन्ग फोर्स, ब्रूट फोर्स में फंक्शन नहीं कर पा रहे, फाइट्स में बहुत सेकंड थॉट्स ले रहे।
चलेगा, ठीक है ना, बट मेरे को नहीं लगता कि ड्रॉप फाइट होगी।
फाइट ये लेना चाहिए या नहीं लेना चाहिए? उन्होंने मुझे लगता है इससे पहले ये बात कही भी थी कि यहाँ के जो टीम्स है वो ऐसे सेकंड थॉट्स लेते नहीं है। इफ दे थिंक लाइक कि हाँ, उनका अगर इंस्टिंक्ट कह रहा है कि हमें ये फाइट लेना चाहिए, दे जस्ट गो ऑल इन। फिर वो हारते हैं जीतते हैं, दैट ऑल डिपेंड्स, बट वो एटलीस्ट इंटेंट दिखाते हैं, जो मुझे लगता है ओजी अभी पहले कुछ मैचेस में नहीं दिखा पाया, बट गॉडलाइक इन द अदर हैंड दे हैव शोन दैट।
गॉडलाइक ने भी दिखाया, बट आई थिंक कुछ ड्रॉप क्लैशेस जिनके बारे में हम दिन की शुरुआत से वरिड थे, वो थे इरांगल और मीरामार के ऊपर। इरांगल के ऊपर कंप्लीटली तो नहीं, सॉफ्टली दोनों टीम्स एक दूसरे के काफी करीब उतरती थी, पास में यूएलएफ भी होती थी, और तीनों टीम्स के बीच में ऐसा लगता था कि अभी फाइट होगी। उतना ज्यादा एक्शन देखने को नहीं मिला। सेफ्टी प्रायोरिटाइज करी गई। तो जैसा आपने कहा कि आई थिंक फाइट्स
गेम भी इसके लिए उल्टियां हुई है।
यू आर रूटिंग फॉर गॉडलाइक।
रुको एक सेकंड, एंकी की स्टोरी चेकआउट करने दो मेरे को, क्या सीन है, बिकॉज एंकी की तरफ से आ रहा है जो आ रहा है।
बात आती है तो ड्रॉप फाइट में आपने ये कहीं पे मेंशन नहीं किया था कि उनको गन मिल चुका होगा कि नहीं मिला होगा।
वहां आ जाता है,
तो उस टाइम पे गन अगर नहीं मिलता तो कोई नहीं जीत सकता। और अगर ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि दो करके प्लेयर्स के पास गन मिले और दोनों ही टीम के दो प्लेयर्स खत्म हो जाए, और फिर एट द एंड दोनों के लिए मुश्किल है, तो ड्रॉप फाइट मत ही लो।
टीटीआर मेरे को सवाल मुश्किल बनाने का मन कर रहा है। अगर मान लीजिए दोनों टीम के चारों प्लेयर्स को वेपन्स मिल गए, कवर में भी है, लेकिन अब फाइट लेने के अलावा कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, 4v4 होना ही चाहिए, कौन जीतेगा?
आई थिंक गॉडलाइक जीतेगा।
पहले ही बोलते थे।
नहीं, देखिए नेक्रॉस ने तो कह दिया कि गॉडलाइक।
फूड पॉइजनिंग की वजह से उल्टियां कर रहे हैं भाई प्लेयर्स।
आपके सामने रखे, जिसकी वजह से आपने इतना कठिन बनाया मेरे लिए।
आपको चाहिए था मैं ही सवाल मुश्किल बनाऊं आपके लिए मेरे दोस्त।
देखिए यही तो बात है, आप अगर क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे मैं उत्तर नहीं दूंगा। ये बीच में खुद ही क्वेश्चन पूछ लेता है। पिछले दिन भी हमने देखा था, बट मुझे लगता है कि आप जो काम कर रहे हो बहुत अच्छे कर रहे हो, तो आपको ही करना चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। बट आपने बोला है कि इनके जहन में भी सवाल आ रहा है, आई एम श्योर आपके जहन में भी कुछ सवाल आ रहे होंगे, तो आप लोगों के पास भी तो क्वेश्चंस होंगे।
अभी तो मुझे लगता है कि उतने ज्यादा नहीं है, मेरे बस दिमाग में यही क्वेश्चन है कि व्हाट इफ मीरामार का मैच में जो अगला होगा तो वहां पे वाइटैलिटी,
हाँ, द प्रॉब्लम्स भाई, खाने पीने की प्रॉब्लम्स मेरे को पता नहीं कहीं भी गेम्स करा लो, खाने पीने की प्रॉब्लम्स प्लेयर्स के साथ हमेशा सबसे पहले होती है, एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाई इट इज सो।
ग्रैंड फाइनल में आए थे एंड राइट नाउ जैसा उनका परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, मैं नहीं कह रहा कि वो खराब है, बट वो टॉप में रह के भी थोड़ा सा अप एंड डाउन लैडर चल रहा है। टॉप 3 में हम उनको नहीं देख पा रहे, वहां दूसरे नाम आप देख पा रहे, तो वो जो एक तरफा डोमिनेशन जो ग्रुप बी में वाइटैलिटी करके है, तो 140 प्लस का वो जो पॉइंट वो निकाले थे, इट वाज totally not going with this first day.
I think पता वही है कि expectation Vitality ने जिस तरह से Group B का Day 1 खेला था unrealistic set कर दी थी और अब उनका standard वही set है हम उनको
The problem is
Group B के Day 1 से ही compare
called
करने
of Day 1
वाले
ऐसा
हैं।
उसने
overall scoreboard देखा जाए it's not like they are playing bad. अच्छा decent run start हुआ है Vitality
Call off कर दिया क्या?
जैसा I think Necros ने justified concern raise किया है कि Vitality if they end up doing well हो सकता है कि ये भी वो lead के साथ आगे भाग जाए।
बिल्कुल हो सकता है और जिस तरीके से अभी पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग में देख
इंग्लिश देखता हूँ रुको।
हमने एकदम शुरू
इतना डिलेड क्यों भाई?
प्लेयर्स
वॉमिट कर रहे हैं वेन्यू पे। फूड पॉइजनिंग के चक्कर में प्लेयर्स को वॉमिटिंग रुक ही नहीं रही है।
पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग चल रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि ड्रॉप क्लैशेस लेना भी अपने
ये तो अब मेरे को इन्फो आई है, मैं इतनी देर से ढूंढ भी नहीं रहा था कि हुआ क्या है।
में रहते हैं पोडियम के टीम्स, वो नहीं चाहेंगे जैसे कि हमने कुछ देर पहले ओरेंगोटन एंड गॉडलाई के फाइट में कहा कि 50-50 चांस हो सकती है, वैसे ही इन टीम्स के पास
किसी को पता नहीं चला है अभी तक, अंदर की खबर है ये।
दूसरे को खत्म करने
एंकी की तरफ से न्यूज़ आई है।
टीम को भी खत्म करने के लिए आए और वो खुद ही पिट जाए।
किसने उल्टियां की है, एक मिनट बताता हूँ भाई। पब्लिक मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है, इतना बड़ा इवेंट है और उसमें फूड पॉइजनिंग कैसे हो सकती है यार? क्या ऐसा क्या खाया है प्लेयर्स ने?
3 पे मिलेगा, बट अगर थोड़ी हिस्टोरिकल डेटा को भी रेफर किया जाए इन टीम्स की एंड खासतौर से वाइटैलिटी के, आई थिंक दे हैव बीन वेरी प्रोमिनेंट आई थिंक लेटर स्टेजेस कमबैक्स के लिए। और साथ ही साथ मैं तो चाहूंगा कि जो EWC के क्लब रैंकिंग्स हैं वहां पे इम्पैक्ट फील होगा वाइटैलिटी के अच्छे परफॉर्मेंस का फ्रॉम द PMWC। तो वो भी एक दौड़ है जो बहुत इंटेंस हो चुकी है बिकॉज
मन्या को है फूड पॉइजनिंग 2 दिन से। एक मिनट, एक मैसेज आया है किसी बंदे का,
EWC 3 times in a row।
FC ईट बॉक्स, ये कौन है?
EWC जब शुरू हुआ था तब उस टाइम में हम सभी यही सोच रहे थे कि
देयर इज अ गाय फ्रॉम,
शायद हम ई-स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर वेट कर रहे थे एंड तब से लेके अभी तक फैल्कन्स बैक टू बैक 2 बार जीत
कौन सी टीम है रे?
तो वो जो भी करेंगे मुझे लगता है कि ये दोनों ही चीजें वो कहीं ना कहीं हिस्ट्री ही बना चुके हैं ऑलरेडी और इस बार तीसरी बार जीतने का मौका उनके पास है, जहां पे AGL ऑल गेमर्स वो मौजूद थे PUBG मोबाइल PMWC के अंदर। लेकिन
मैसेज केम अराउंड, सॉरी मैं म्यूट हो गया था। मैं तुम लोगों को बता देता हूँ व्हाट हैज हैपेंड अराउंड। हे फ्रेंड्स, द सिचुएशन इज सीरियस। लॉस्ट वाज puking ड्यूरिंग द मैच एज ही वाज प्लेइंग। खेलते खेलते प्लेयर्स उल्टियां कर रहे हैं। आफ्टरवर्ड्स 5 प्लेयर्स वेंट टू मेडिक एंड राइट नाउ 20 प्लेयर्स आउट ऑफ 64 आर एट मेडिक।
उनका टाइटल बाकी है तो फैल्कन्स के पास भी मौका बढ़िया
64 में से 20 प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं जो अभी तक मेडिकल रूम में है।
बट मैं मानता हूं कि अगर वो इस PMWC
they suspect it was because of the chicken they had yesterday, ठीक है? And now Hamsi is feeling unwell, but says he can power through the next match. Okay.
चीजें दिलवा सकता है। अगेन
Hamsi इनका कोई एक प्लेयर है, वो अनवेल है लेकिन वो अगला मैच खेल सकता है। He is saying
तो पीछे पीछे वाइटैलिटी भी जो आ रही है उनके पास भी काफी अच्छा मौका है। सपोज वो PMWC जीत जाते हैं वाइटैलिटी 1000 पॉइंट लेके जाएंगे।
एक सेकंड
एंड 3400
और ज्यादा और आगे का बताता हूँ, आगे क्या लिखा है? They took 4-5 players to the medic with chairs. Okay. Right now we don't know whether they will stop the tournament or play on. We subbed in RIP, but it doesn't look like they will stop the tournament. मतलब ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है कि वो लोग रोकेंगे टूर्नामेंट। Okay. They are saying either you will play as 3 or play with the coach. But it doesn't seem like they will stop. Right now about 20 players are missing. मतलब 20 players गायब है वेन्यू से।
I think Falcons और टीम
You just
चेस के प्लेयर्स का है, वो दोनों
understand one thing. I would say you one thing. 20 players missing है भाई। You just cannot do this. अगर ऐसा सिचुएशन है, इफ ये हाल बहुतों का है, सब एक साथ बोलेंगे तो क्यों कुछ नहीं होगा? एवरीथिंग कैन हैपन। 6 गेम्स है, 4 हो चुके हैं, 2 कल करवा लो। वी आर नॉट सेइंग कि 6 के 6 वापस करवा लो, 4 करवा लो, 2 कल करवा लेना। 4 हो चुके हैं। एक मिनट मोहम्मद, but this is shit yaar, this is so shit. I am so sorry whatsoever is happening. मैं ज्यादा कमेंट नहीं कर सकता हूँ बिकॉज मैंने कुछ ज्यादा कमेंट कर दिया तो मेरी भी सीन हो सकता है। आई वोंट से मच। What is happening on Snacks भाई का stream? Let's check on that as well. Snacks Gaming, what is he doing? Spiro आया है Snacks की stream पे.
अरे बैठो
वालों को पूछा, वो लोग जो रीजन दिए बैकएंड में जो हो रहा है वो डिफरेंट है, बट अभी जैसा तुम लोग बोल रहे हो ईडा का पोस्ट आया है और जो भी सीन है वो भी सीन है, तो दो चीजें यार पब्लिक, अब मैं कैसे बोलूं।
अच्छा वो ईडा का कोच है।
They look really good. I mean, they were beat out points-wise by Vitality.
It's just not one, there are multiple.
It was ridiculous.
2 सेकंड इंटरव्यू चलेगा. Hi, how are you? Bonjour.
This is
he's amazing.
Probably
perfect.
my best acting performance ever.
Live interview guys.
Man, it's gonna be a
अरे
crazy
ये सेटअप
finals.
इधर है? और वही तो ये सेटअप क्रेजी है. क्या
We
बोलते हो भाई मेरे
got
सेटअप पे तो
4
घुमा नहीं दिया.
drives who from Pakistan, they won.
चलो हिंदी पे चलते हैं।
बट फिर भी डे 2 पे बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से वो कमबैक कर सकते हैं।
मे बी गॉड लाइक, क्योंकि इसके पहले भी हमने देखा है उनको कि बहुत तेजी से उन्होंने कमबैक किया है। सो लेट्स सी।
मगर चलिए अभी फिलहाल गॉडलाइक का आपने नाम ले ही दिया है, तो एक रैपिड फायर सेशन हुआ था जो एस पावर के साथ हुआ था। इट वाज स्पेरो द वन शूटिंग द क्वेश्चंस। देखते हैं कैसा रहा ये रैपिड फायर विद एस पावर।
मेरा नाम है स्पीरो और स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट पे द एम्परर ऑफ द गेम एस पावर मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं फ्रॉम टीम इंडिया एंड गॉड लाइक। मैं तेरे से बहुत ही मजेदार से रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस पूछने वाला हूं। फास्टेस्ट यू हैव।
रुक जाओ गाइस, आई विल बी बैक 2 सेकंड।
4 बंदे 2 सेकंड में।
आई विल बी बैक।
वन हैबिट योर कोच कीप्स करेक्टिंग।
My sleep schedule.
Most nervous you have ever been before a match.
I've never been.
One streamer pro you want to 1v1.
No one.
Pineapple on pizza.
Shitty.
Your go-to victory celebration.
Like standing on the desk, सभी को पता है, जीतने के बाद खड़े हो जाओ और करो बस।
क्या बात है। Worst landing spot in the game, in your opinion?
Spawn Island.
One word, rival.
Ourselves.
अगर आप ये गेम ना खेल रहे होते तो क्या कर रहे होते?
क्या पता हो तो।
Let's
go with the flow.
Most clutch teammate on the roster आपके अलावा?
God Mino, greater Mino, greatest Mino. Admino.
One thing fans get wrong about yourself.
मेरे को ही गलत समझ लेते हैं।
किस बारे में?
Team hopping.
Right. Thank you so much Aspar हमारे साथ ये quick rapid fire segment खेलने के लिए। Good luck for the matches.
Thank you so much.
देखिए फैंस इस पावर को गलत समझे, मैं चाहूँगा ना समझे वैसे, बट क्योंकि आई थिंक जब ट्रांसफर विंडो का पूरा सिचुएशन डेवलप हुआ था सबने क्रेडिट भी एस पावर को ही दिया था और आई थिंक उसके चलते एक स्ट्रक्चर भी आया हमारे पास। बट एक और चीज़ हमारे पास है और वो है एक ऐसा स्ट्रीमर जिसने सारे रिकॉर्ड्स इस गेम के तोड़ के रख दिया है अपनी वॉच पार्टी के साथ। एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हमारे भाई स्नैक्स who has done so much I think with how he has covered EWC and it's just been amazing to I think उनके हम क्लिप्स देखते हैं, बिकॉज हम लोग तो खुद ब्रॉडकास्ट पे होता है, बट इट्स जस्ट बीन वंडरफुल। आप लोगों ने देखे कुछ क्लिप्स?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैंने तो देखा है।
पेरिस पहुंच चुके हैं बाय द वे।
हाँ आई नो, और मैं उनके रील्स भी देखता हूँ। उन्होंने एक रील भी डाला था कि वो पेरिस पहुंच रहे हैं किस तरीके से, तो मैं तो ऑब्वियसली उनके एक फ़ैन हूँ। उन्होंने एक नया बाइक भी खरीदा था, वो भी मुझे बहुत पसंद है, तो मैं उनका तो व्लॉग्स भी फॉलो करता हूँ।
बाइक से याद आया नेक्रोज, आप भी स्नैक्स के फैन हैं?
ऑफ कोर्स, फ्रॉम द डेज ऑफ आईएनडी को फॉलो करता आ रहा हूँ। द ओजी स्नैक्स जिन्होंने दे जिगल डैमेज दो अंदर आओ, इतना सारे जो टैग्स हम यूज़ करते हैं डेली लाइफ में जो हम नॉर्मल क्लासिक खेलते हैं, तब उन्होंने ये चीज़ हमें इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया था। उनको देख के आई लर्न हाउ टू यूज़ DP28 एट इट्स बेस्ट, एंड मुझे लगता है इससे बड़ी चीज़ कुछ हो नहीं सकती। उन्होंने एक एंटायर जनरेशन को सिखाया है हाउ टू यूज़ द DP28 प्रॉपरली, क्योंकि उससे पहले हम उसको M4 या फिर वैसे ही स्प्रे करते थे धाई 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 ऐसे, बट व्हेन इट केम डाउन कि अब बस ऐसे ऊपर पीक करके 3 बुलेट्स फायर कीजिए, वापस आ जाइए, वो अपना काम कर देगा। That's how he introduced, and from there to SATL and now being one of the biggest streamers out there. It's crazy.
I think जब competitors से बाहर हुए थे तो मैं भी काफी उदास था, because जैसा आपने कहा कंपेटिटिव लॉबीज के अंदर वो माइनर मैकेनिकल फिक्सेस जो होते हैं वो कई लोगों ने, सिर्फ आप नहीं है मैं भी हूँ, जो स्नैक्स को देख के हमने सीखे थे कि किस तरह से वो फिक्सेस अपने गेम प्ले के अंदर लेकर आए और उनको मैचेस के अंदर कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करे। बट चलिए अभी समय हो चुका है सीधा स्नैक्स के साथ जुड़ने का, जो कि पेरिस पहुंच चुके हैं अपनी स्पेशल डिलीवरी के लिए। दैट इज गोना बी द वॉच पार्टी ऑफ दीज मैचेस। तो चलिए सीधा चलते हैं स्नैक्स के पास इन पेरिस।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
हेलो गाइस, मैं अभी स्नैक्स के साथ हूँ जो भारत के लिए एक बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड वाले मोमेंट ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे कर चुके हैं वॉच पार्टी के अंदर। एंड ही इज नाउ हियर इन पेरिस। स्काउट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, स्काउट अरे कट दोबारा ये कब होता है इंटरव्यू के पीछे? हाँ भाई, तभी तो रिकॉर्ड करते हैं हम लोग। या ऑलराइट गाइस, मैं अभी यहाँ पे स्नैक्स के साथ हूँ जो ऑलरेडी भारत को बहुत प्राउड फील करा चुके हैं। एंड अभी वो पेरिस में, स्नैक्स पेरिस में आके कैसा लग रहा है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल
बॉन्जोर एंड बहुत मजा आ रहा है भाई। बहुत प्यारा वेदर है, थोड़ी हीट वेव ज्यादा है बट उतने गर्म अपने प्लेयर्स भी है। आज के दिन की शुरुआत थोड़ी 3-4 मैचेस में कैजुअल गई है, बट एज यू नो ग्रुप स्टेज में भी हमने देखा है दोनों टीम्स ने ग्रुप स्टेज में पहला दिन के आखिरी मैचेस में बेटर करके एंड सेकंड डे कमबैक किया था। सो आई विश एंड प्रे, कल तो बहुत स्पेशल डे इंडिया के लिए, अपनी कंट्री के लिए बहुत स्पेशल डे है 15 अगस्त। एंड ये 8 प्लेयर अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए, क्या फीलिंग है यार। और मैं यहाँ बैठ के वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, ये भी एक अलग फीलिंग है। सो ग्रेटफुल फॉर दिस।
यार मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, जब आपने वो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा कॉन्करेंट वॉचिंग का, तब आपके अंदर क्या फीलिंग थी, क्या सोच रहे थे आप?
यार सच्ची बताओ तो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था कि इतने ज्यादा नंबर्स आएंगे, बट मैं पूरा फोकस था मैच पे। आई वाज completely lost in the performance of these players and but बाद में जब नंबर देखा रियलाइज किया कि यार ये बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा नंबर हो गया। एंड इससे ये चीज़ शो होती है कि कितना इमोशनली अपनी ऑडियंस अटैच्ड है टुवर्ड्स द गेम। कोई भी इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, अपना पूरा कंट्री में जो भी जितने भी लोग हैं पूरा फुल पावर के साथ सपोर्ट करने आते हैं। एंड कल वो देखा, पूरी इंडिया ने इतना सपोर्ट किया, ग्लोबली सब ने वो चीज़ नोटिस करी एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई एम हियर।
And what do you think about the performance of the players? Finals तक पहुंचना एक बहुत बड़ी बात थी and they're still here, they're fighting.
फाइनल्स में पहुंचना बहुत बड़ी बात थी, बट जिस तरीके से लोग फाइनल्स में पहुंचे, एक स्टैंडर्ड सेट किया एंड दे हैव शोन व्हाट कैपेबिलिटी एंड व्हाट ग्राइंड वी हैव बीन डूइंग सिंस सो मेनी इयर्स। वो फाइनली आज दिख रहा है ग्लोबल स्टेज पे एंड वी कैन से दैट इंडिया इज बैक इनटू द इंटरनेशनल सर्किट। बट वही है कि वी डोंट गेट टू प्ले रेगुलरली बट स्टिल डूइंग सो गुड, इनसेन यार। आई होप ज्यादा मौके मिले, ज्यादा अपन रेगुलरली खेले और इन लॉबीज में डोमिनेट करें।
स्नैक्स, लास्ट क्वेश्चन। बहुत सारे यंग प्लेयर्स हैं जिन्होंने आपको देख के खेलना शुरू किया, जिन्होंने इन प्लेयर्स को देख के खेलना शुरू किया। इफ यू वांट टू गिव एनी मैसेज फॉर देम, इट वुड बी अमेजिंग।
मेरे से ज्यादा मैसेज तो इन प्लेयर्स ने दिया है। बाकी कीप ऑन ग्राइंडिंग गाइस। जिस तरीके से इन्होंने अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे, एक कास्टरों का ओपिनियन चेंज किया इंटरनेशनल वालों का, आपका नहीं, तो वो जो चीज है वो चीज देख के अच्छा भी लगता है। एंड ऑलवेज आई वुड से आपको आपका ग्राइंड, आपकी मेहनत, आपका स्ट्रगल, आपके जितने भी सैक्रिफाइसेस है, उसका रेस्पॉन्स आपका गेम प्ले, आपकी परफॉर्मेंस देता है। उस पे फोकस करना, वही सबसे ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी रखना एंड ग्राइंड करते रहो एंड इन प्लेयर्स को देख के इंस्पायर हो और मोटिवेट होके अच्छा करो।
थैंक यू सो मच स्नैक्स, वी ऑल आर प्राउड ऑफ यू एज वेल मैन।
थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच।
A lot of motivational words from Snacks और I think उनका भी एक्सपीरियंस हमने जाना जब उन्होंने रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक किया था। तो वो क्या था, एंड ऑफ कोर्स जो जर्नी की स्टार्ट थी हम सब ने देखी थी स्नैक्स के लिए, एंड इट्स क्वाइट जस्टिफाइड ऑफ हिम सेइंग कि भाई लेट थोड़ा ध्यान गया, बट स्पेरो ने रीटेक दिया लाइफ पे, ये मैं हमेशा याद रखूंगा।
आई मीन एग्जैक्टली, बट अगेन स्नैक्स की अगर हम बात करें, रिकॉर्ड ब्रेकिंग नंबर्स उन्होंने यू नो अचीव किए हैं अपने आप के लिए। एंड एज ही सेड, वो प्लेस में इतने घूमते कि उनका तो ध्यान भी नहीं था। बट वंस अगेन आई नो स्नैक्स favorite streamers for people out there who are watching these you know watch parties and of course enjoying. But again, आज का दिन बहुत मजा आ रहा है, मुझे तो इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है आज का दिन।
आपको इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है, आप काफी देर बाद हमारे साथ दोबारा जुड़ी हैं। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम बैक दर्शिता।
थैंक यू।
अब हमने काफी सारी बातें कर ली, हमने टॉप की टीम्स की बात कर ली, हमने मिडिल ऑर्डर की बात कर ली, हमने बैक रैंक की बात कर ली, बिल्कुल डेड बॉटम पे इनफैक्ट हमारी ही 2 टीमें हैं, उनके साथ आइडा ई स्पोर्ट्स है। मैं चाहूंगा कि जल्दी वापसी हो जाए उनकी, ऊपर राइज अप करते हुए हमें नजर आए लीडर बोर्ड के अंदर। बट अभी फिलहाल जैसा हम बात कर रहे थे, टॉप सीक्वेंस में अरोरा गेमिंग, टियानबा वहाँ पे नजर आ रही है, ई अरीना बिल्कुल टिबिटी टॉप पे बैठी है। What are these teams doing right? Tianba खासतौर से सबसे surprising entry है, single digit placement point है यार Tianba के पास.
I mean it's all about the finishes, right? हमने तो देखा भी है इन प्लेयर्स को खेलते हुए. ई अरीना with 49 अर्धशतक लग जाता अगर एक और अंक आता है इनके पास. तियानबा की बात कीजिए 45 for them, निग्मा गैलेक्सी with 44. कितना मतलब आप देख रहे हो किस तरीके से वो फिनिश पॉइंट्स निकाले गए इन प्लेयर्स की तरफ से. एंड स्पेसिफिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट तियानबा राइट नाउ, अग्रेशन दिखा रही है वो टीम. दे आर टेकिंग दोस फाइट्स एंड वो सिर्फ फाइट्स ले नहीं रहे, वो फाइट्स जीत भी रहे, वो फाइट्स कन्वर्ट भी कर रहे हैं. अब देखिए 8 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है इस टीम के पास, बट वहीं पे जब आप फिनिशेस की बात करते हो 37 टोटल फिनिशेस. आई मीन दैट्स अ बिग नंबर, राइट? तो ये जस्टिफाई करता है कि इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट योर प्लेसमेंट, बट अगर आप ओवरऑल बात करते हो तो इट्स अबाउट योर फिनिशेस एज वेल.
जी, और कहीं ना कहीं इस सेम टैंजेंट पे मेरे को 2 टीम्स और नजर आती है. एक तो 4 थ्राइव्स की स्क्वाड है जिन्होंने प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनके भी कम है, फिनिशेस काफी ज्यादा निकाले, और दूसरे पेज पे बैठी हुई नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स 1 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स 20 फिनिशेस. जैसे आप तियानबा की बात करी थी, फाइट कन्वर्जन उनका ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ा सा बेटर है, बट अगर यही ट्रेंड जो अभी पिछले मैचेस में रहा है इन 2 टीम्स के लिए भी चलते रहा, ये भी बहुत तेजी से दर्जे तक क्लाइम कर जाएंगे, लीडर बोर्ड और टॉप 5 में नजर आएंगी.
ऑफ कोर्स डे 2 पे बहुत सारे चेंजेस हम देखेंगे. 2 मुकाबले और है जिसकी हम थोड़ी देर बाद चर्चा करने वाले हैं यहाँ पर. तो ऑफ कोर्स बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें होगी. एंड ऑनेस्टली अगर मैं बताऊं, मैं डे 2 के लिए इसके लिए भी एक्साइटेड हूँ, बिकॉज मुझे वो कट ऑफ देखना है फॉर द स्मैश रूल. हमें भी पता है कि स्मैश रूल इन पिक्चर आएगा डे 3 पे, तो कितने नंबर्स तक जाएगा, जो भी नंबर्स रहेगा उसका +10, एंड वो थ्रेशोल्ड को जो भी पास करेगा उसके लिए एक चिकन डिनर.
अभी जब भी स्मैश रूल की बात हो रही है ना, मैं पता नहीं क्यों पैनिक कर रहा हूँ, ओवर थिंकिंग चालू हो जाती है एकदम से. बट चलिए, एक रैपिड फायर हम ऑलरेडी देख चुके हैं एस पावर के साथ. अब नजर डालेंगे अगले रैपिड फायर पे, दिस टाइम विद आरू.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम है स्पीरो और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं टीम इंडिया यानी कि ओरंगुटान KIHL आरू. और आरू, पहला सेगमेंट जो हम खेल रहे हैं दैट इज माय फेवरेट, रैपिड फायर राउंड. पहली चीज जो आप चेक करते हैं बिफोर अ मैच, गियर को, पिंक को या स्क्वाड को?
स्क्वाड.
ऑलराइट. वन इन गेम आइटम यू ऑलवेज टॉक अपॉन?
आई गेस आउटफिट्स.
Outfits, yes. Worst nickname a teammate has for you?
Alu.
One map you would delete forever if you can?
Sandhawk.
Quietest or loudest player on the team? Which are you?
Depends on situation, क्योंकि IGL में तो loudest भी होना पड़ता है.
Best team call out you have ever made?
एक टूर्नामेंट था, मेरा पहला ही था जब मैं OG में आया था, फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल था जो, वो क्वालिफाई करवाने के लिए लास्ट मैच था. एंड उसमें मेरे टीममेट्स थोड़े ऑल्टरनेटिव्स मुझे बता रहे थे एंड मैं उनको पुश करने के लिए बोल रहा था एक जगह. तो मैं बोला था हमको सामने हिल पर जाना ही जाना है, एंड वो बोले थे नहीं देख लो, इधर उधर भी जा सकते हैं, वो राइट वाला घर ले सकते हैं. तो मैं बोलता हूँ नहीं, सामने ही पुश करो, क्योंकि उससे मुझे लग रहा था कि वो ही हमारा गेम विनिंग मूव है एंड उसकी वजह से हम लोग क्वालिफाई किए.
ओके, सबसे ज्यादा अनॉय क्या करती है मिड मैच में चीज?
कभी कभी टीममेट्स आपस में लड़ने लग जाते हैं, तो वो चीज.
इफ यू हैड टू स्विच रोल्स फॉर अ डे, whose would you pick?
कोई भी असॉल्टर, बिकॉज़ थोड़ा काम आसान
व्हिच हैज हैपेंड ऑन द टूर्नामेंट, इन द टूर्नामेंट बेसिकली बहुत खराब हुई है जो भी चीज हुई है.
One food you need after a long scrim day.
एंड वो नहीं होना चाहिए था. कोई भी उम्मीद नहीं करता है कि वो चीज होगी. रेल भाई एक ही हफ्ते में ये प्लाट 1 से असेंडेंट हुआ.
PMWC 2020.
That is amazing.
आरू के साथ, आरू को पहली चीज तो इतना हम पब्लिक में बात करते हुए कम ही नोटिस करते हैं. यूजुअली दिस मैन इज वेरी क्वाइट.
Exactly. Imagine an IGL who is so sweet. See, IGL का अगर आप एक रोल इमेजिन करते हो तो he is like that one person in the team जिसकी कॉल सबको सुननी पड़ती है. अगर कोई नहीं सुनता है तो IGL डांट भी लगा देता है कभी-कभी. एंड यू नो दैट वन गाय जिसके ऊपर पूरी टीम निर्भर रहती है पूरे आपके अगले कॉल्स के लिए. ये सारी चीजें आप इमेजिन कीजिए. एंड देन इमेजिन आरू, अ वेरी स्वीट पर्सन, अगेन समवन हु टॉक्स सो स्वीटली. इन्हें अगर मैं IGL के इसमें एक बार के लिए देखूं तो मुझे सोचना पड़ता है कि आखिर इन गेम कॉल्स इनकी रहेगी तो रहेगी कैसी.
आई थिंक ये अभी सबके मन में सोच विचार रहेगा कि आपकी बात सही है, वोकल रहना पड़ता है व्हेन यू आर एन IGL. और इसी वजह से आई थिंक आरू ने भी मेंशन किया कि सिचुएशन पे डिपेंड करता है. इफ द सिचुएशन कॉल्स फॉर हिम टू बी द लाउडेस्ट, ही विल बी द लाउडेस्ट, वरना ज्यादा बात नहीं करते. बट असम्पशंस पे जाए तो क्या लगता है कौन ज्यादा बात करता होगा गेम के बीच में?
मुझे लगता है कि
AKOP. मुझे भी AKOP लगता है.
बट द बिगर फैक्टर इज दैट कि आपका IGL थोड़ा काम कंपोज्ड है. आरू इज वेरी काम एंड कंपोज्ड, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है. And
you got a lot of godlike fans, very loud, very energetic, forward.
Yeah.
But the old fans are there. It just feels like they've been a bit more reserved. They're kind of waiting. They were saying, we know they're going to do well. We'll just wait until they pop off.
We're
Exactly.
ramping. We're just ramping. We're just ramping it. I do think the loudest fans today, though, of all of them, have been Enigma Galaxy fans.
True.
They have come out in force. I was surprised by that, but it's good to see them here. They're all giving them a lot of love, which they deserve right now. Coops is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Ralph's also playing a damn good game. I mean, on that match we watched, I think it was match 2, where he came out with the M249. Great shots over towards Ida. Ida in the bin, by the way, absolutely.
I think that one's a cut storyline already. Like, they're just basically throwing themselves at Enigma Galaxy. I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, who spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions.
Yeah.
And when I asked him about it, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's giving us points and we're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Enigma as a team, they've looked great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident we're going to win this one.
Yeah.
He also said himself, I think we're in a good spot. Comms are good. I reckon we can win this year's PMWC.
Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well, because
everybody knows.
said it before.
अगले
He's dodged
साल
quite a few
से
events so far with the team.
The things
And
are
you really
very frequent and very great. Open tournaments काफी सारे होने वाले हैं जिसमें players को chance मिलेगा to directly participate into masters and champions. Simple है. Local league जीतो, local tournaments जीतो, riot के नजरों में आओ. Even अब city qualifiers वगैरह भी हो रहे हैं, campus tournaments हो रहे हैं. PMWC के बाद एक्चुअली मैं वैलो पे वापस से आने वाला हूँ बिकॉज वैलो अपना प्राइमरी सोर्स है हमेशा से. इट इज नेवर लाइक कि वैलो हमारा प्राइमरी सोर्स नहीं रहा है. हमेशा से वो प्राइमरी सोर्स ही रहा है और प्राइमरी सोर्स ही रहेगा. मैं फॉलो पीछे कर भी रहा हूँ. कोई एक टीम है EMEA की, भाई पता नहीं जेंटलमेट्स को हरा दिया, फनाटिक को हरा दिया, टियर 2 साइड से आई है. इवन अपने सर्किट के अंदर भी पैसिफिक रीजन में शार्पन ई स्पोर्ट्स ने किसको हराया अभी रिसेंट केसेस में? किसी को तो RRQ को हराया, किसी को तो हराया RRQ, मोस्टली RRQ को हराया है. VCSA का बता दो. VCSA का नॉर्मल है. VCSA इज नॉर्मल. तुम रजिस्टर करो, बैटल आउट करो और यू कैन कम्पीट. सिंपल है. VCSA वैलोरेंट एकदम नॉर्मल है भाई. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. एकदम नॉर्मल चीज है. ये तो चलो 8 टीमें दिखी आपको. स्प्लिट 1 में आ जाऊंगा ना तो स्प्लिट 1 में बहुत सारी है. क्वालिफायर प्लेऑफ्स भी हुए थे ना. इतनी टीम से रजिस्टर किया था. ये देखो, ये पूरा का पूरा सेटअप रहा था. गॉड्सरेन 0 फ्रांस, यहाँ गॉड्सरेन जीती. गॉड्सरेन क्वालिफाई कर गई, फिर एक्सक्रू क्वालिफाई कर गई, लियोसन ने क्वालिफाई किया, एस्ट्रिक्स ने क्वालिफाई किया और नीचे से राइट सिंडिकेट ने क्वालिफाई कर लिया. तो ये 5 टीम्स ने बेसिकली क्वालिफाई किया था. सो एनी टीम विच हैज इमो 3 रैंक कैन प्ले VCSA. तो आप गोल्ड पे हो तो शायद तब भी आप VCSA खेल सकते हो. ऐसा नहीं है आप नहीं खेल सकते हो. आप रजिस्टर करो एंड बैटल आउट. मैचेस जीतते जाओगे, आप आगे बढ़ते जाओगे. सो देयर इज नो अदर थिंग जो इशुएबल है. प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं आनी है. मतलब यप. बट वही बात है ना. समझो एक चीज, आप कंपीट कर सकते हो पर जीतना तो हाथ में नहीं है ना. अगर तुम अच्छा नहीं खेलते हो फॉर एग्जाम्पल एंड यू रजिस्टर, सो इज इट पॉसिबल कि अच्छा ना खेलते हुए भी रजिस्टर करने के बाद तुम जीत सकते हो? इट इज, मतलब मैं तुमको बोलूं 100% इम्पॉसिबल है. तो वही वाली चीज है ना। एक टाइम पे होता था ना कि इमो 3 for 2x वाले ही पार्टिसिपेट कर, वो खाली ये करते थे, जो ऑक्स पुरानी ऑक्स रहती थी वो बोलती थी, ऐसा थोड़ी है। लेकिन पिछली बार एक्चुअली इन्होंने ओपन फॉर ऑल कर दिया था, पिछली बार किया था, इस बार वापस से असेंडेंट 1 कर देंगे ये लोग, क्योंकि पिछली बार बहुत सारी टीम्स ऐसी आई थी जिन्होंने रजिस्टर तो किया था बट वो वापस आए नहीं थे, सो दैट वाज द इशू। इस बार इन्होंने ये किया था कि जो चैलेंजर्स हुआ था, गर्ल्स का जो टूर्नामेंट हुआ था बेसिकली, उसमें इन्होंने डायमंड रखा था, और मेंस में इन्होंने शायद कितना रखा था पता नहीं। अगले साल से बात हुई मेरी नॉटविन में, एक्चुअली मेरी बातें ऑन रेगुलर बेसिस होती रहती है, तो मेरे को ये चीज अब इंटरनली पता लगी है दैट अगले बार से वापस असेंडेंट रखेंगे ये लोग। 2 एक्ट्स के लिए यू हैव टू बी असेंडेंट, या तुम्हारी करंट रैंक असेंडेंट होनी चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ, नॉट इमॉर्टल। काफी बेसिक है, काफी बढ़िया है, अगर किसी को ग्रो करना है तो। एंड प्रीमियर के थ्रू, हाँ प्रीमियर के थ्रू तो आप कर सकते हो, प्रीमियर के थ्रू भी आप कर सकते हो, लेकिन प्रीमियर के थ्रू करना इज वेरी टफ, क्योंकि देखो तुमको 8 हफ्तों तक रेगुलर होना पड़ता है, पहली चीज। दूसरी चीज, प्रीमियर वाले बंदों का तो सिंपल है, इमॉर्टल 1 और इमॉर्टल 1 प्लस वालों को इनवाइट मिलता है, मिनिमम आप इमॉर्टल होने चाहिए। इंस्टाग्राम पे क्या हाल है? अच्छा, टियानबा के साथ भी इशू हुआ है। Should I try for esports? For sure, क्यों नहीं, मतलब why not?
क्या?
First blood. Gotta be someone. Glad it's not one of us.
Come on and invite. Live stream? I don't even have face cam, bro. Not even doing.
Oh my God, Nikhil is doing face cam and all shit, huh?
Even though I am trying for remote first. हाँ मतलब पहले
best. Hi Venom. भगवान यार। wait. हाँ हेडलाइट। ये कौन सा गेम है? एपेक्स। क्या?
अच्छा गेम है ये, थोड़ा बहुत पसंद है।
फ्री फायर
तेरा फेवरेट गेम है भाई?
सेलिंग कम हुआ? हाँ ना यार, तुम पता था।
भूल गया था।
मेरे जितने शब्द हैं सब वैलो या फिर जीटीए के हैं भाई।
रहने दो भैया, तुम फ्री फायर।
ठीक है, इससे बात करूंगा। जनरली फील बैड फॉर द टीम मैन। मैं कुछ नहीं बोल सकता भाई, मेरे को बोलना ही नहीं है, मतलब आई डोंट वांट टू स्पीक अबाउट इट। आई एम जस्ट सेटिंग राइट नाउ कि फाइनल वर्डिक्ट क्या आता है। बिकॉज मैं एक चीज तुमको बता देता हूं बिना कुछ बोले, अगर ये सिचुएशन इंडिया में, ये रकस क्रिएट हुआ होता, ये इशू इंडिया में क्रिएट हुआ होता, तो इसे इंटरनेशनल सर्किट में इस तरीके से बताया जाता ना कि भाई हमें ऑर्गेनाइज करना ही नहीं आता है। इंडिया में अगर ये चीज हुई होती है, सो मैं तुमको जो बता रहा हूं, इट वॉज बाउंड टू हैपन, और वो हुआ भी है। वो रकस क्रिएट हो ही जाता है भाई, क्योंकि हम हमेशा एक सॉफ्ट टारगेट बन के पूरे वर्ल्ड के सामने आ जाते हैं कि इनको दबाओ, ये दब सकते हैं, क्या ही फर्क पड़ जाएगा। वेस्ट ने हमें वैसे भी उतना बदनाम तो कर ही दिया है। आई एम जेन्युइनली फीलिंग बैड फॉर द प्लेयर्स हु आर कंपीटिंग आउट देयर, बिकॉज इतना बड़ा स्टेज है। मैं पता है एक चीज और बताऊं, और एक चीज बताऊं, जो ई स्पोर्ट्स अमेज ने जो ट्रांसलेशन डाल के दिया है ना, इसका मतलब तुम समझ जाओ व्हाई आई ऑलवेज से यू एज वेल कि थोड़ा सा डिपेंडेंसी ऑन नॉनवेज थोड़ा कम करना चाहिए एज ह्यूमंस, बिकॉज आजकल भाई नहीं आ रही है अच्छी चीजें ही नहीं आ रही है। आई एम फीलिंग बैड फॉर द प्लेयर्स राइट नाउ जिन्होंने वो खाया चिकन। आई डोंट नो पूरे दिन में अब ये लोग क्या करना चाहते हैं, क्या करेंगे। प्लेयर्स प्यूकिंग इन बिटवीन द मैच इज बैड। Players puking in between the game is very bad. नहीं, मिलता है। मेरे को स्पिरो बोला, मेरी बात हुई स्पिरो से, एंकी से नहीं हुई। आज होगा नहीं ये तो, हाँ, बिकॉज माई फैमिली मेंबर्स हैव रेयरली एनीवेज। मेरे को पता नहीं, मेरे को स्पिरो तो बोला मिलता है, मतलब इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट्स है उधर 2-3, स्पेशली पेरिस के अंदर 2-3 ही इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट्स है जो आपको प्योरली वीगन फूड सर्व करते हैं या फिर वेज फूड सर्व करते हैं, लेकिन वो थोड़े से एक्सपेंसिव साइड पर है। पर एक्सपेंसिव साइड पर है फिर भी भाई, तुम इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट के लिए गए हो, ऐसी जगह पे गए हो, तो तुम वो चीज फोकस में रखो ना। The things have been pretty bad, yaar. Like lately, the things have been pretty bad. I'm feeling sad about the players. I'm feeling legit sad about the players. मेरे को बुरा पता है किस बात का लग रहा है, irrespective of कौन सी कंट्री के वो प्लेयर्स हैं, जो बीमार पड़ा है ना, वो अपना सपना जीने आए थे, वो अपना बेस्ट देने आए थे, वो compete करने आए थे। This is the World Cup for us. फीफा वर्ल्ड कप होता है, क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप होता है, उससे पीसी रीस्टार्ट करके आता। आ जाओ वेदांत, मैं तेरे को एक और चीज बोलूं, ऑन द रिकॉर्ड आई वांट टू से यू दिस, सो हियर्स द एग्जैक्ट अपडेट 2 का। एक मिनट, मेरे को पूरा रीड करने दे, ये स्क्रीन पे दिखा नहीं मेरे को ढंग से। So there's the exact update. को छोड़कर almost every team has 1-2 players whose condition is down. Even the players who are feeling relatively better aren't feeling 100% healthy. Bro, the problem is there, bhai. The problem is there. You just cannot survive on these kind of environment, bhai. ऐसे environment में you can't survive. ऐसे food पे you can't survive. The things have been shit, bro. The things have been shit. मैंने तो वो मैसेज देखा ना, मेरे को गुस्सा चढ़ गया। पता है कौन सा वाला? ई स्पोर्ट्स अमेज ने शायद अपने इस पे डाला है, क्या नाम है, ब्रॉडकास्ट पे डाला है गेस। वेयर इज अमेज? अच्छा अमेज ने नहीं डाला है। देख आई कांट स्पीक ऑन दैट राइट नाउ। ये मैं बोल नहीं सकता इस मोमेंट पे कि व्हाट हैज हैपेंड व्हाट नॉट हैज हैपेंड, जब तक इंटरनली मेरे को पूरी न्यूज नहीं आ जाती। बट भाई कंटामिनेटेड फूड पे तो वी कांट सर्वाइव। अब तुम समझो महाराष्ट्र में क्या सीन चल रहा है, क्या सिचुएशन है। लास्ट 1 महीने के अंदर महाराष्ट्र का जितना भी फूड है ना वो सुधर गया है। मैं पर्सनली 4 दिन पहले जाके रील बनाओ इस पे, चेक चैट अगेन। मैंने वो रीड किया। जाके रील बनाओ इस पे। बनाऊंगा तो हेट खाऊंगा, पब्लिकली कॉल आउट करूंगा तो शायद मेरे पे रिपरकशंस हो जाए। आई हैव टू फेस सम कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस। मैं नहीं करूंगा ये चीज। आई जस्ट डोंट वांट टू फेस कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस नाउ। करूंगा बट अगर कोई और भी बोलता है तो द रकस हैव बीन वर्स्ट भाई। अच्छा दूसरा जो दिक्कत बताया है, देयर आर नेटवर्क इशू इन द अरीना, प्लेयर्स आर फेसिंग ह्यूज नेटवर्क इश्यूज। ओके ओशन ने डाली रील, समथिंग इफ रील गोज टू हार्ड अगेंस्ट हिम। मैच पूरा स्मूथ था। भाई बोल रहा हूँ ना, ये सारी चीजें मैं रीड करके तुम लोगों को अभी बता रहा हूँ। ये इंस्टाग्राम पे मेरे को लाइव अपडेट्स आ रहे हैं। 1 मिनट, ओशन की वो वाली रील जो तुम बोल रहे हो चेक करता हूँ। ओशन ने सच में डाली है? किधर है भाई? ओशन ओवर टाइम पे डाली होगी, मेन पे नहीं डाली है बंदे ने। कहाँ डाली है? दे वांट टू हाइड फ्रॉम द फैक्ट्स। कहाँ डाली है ओशन ने? हाँ वेदांत। अरे देखो बात तो वही है ना यार, रेपो तो हर कोई बचाना चाहेगा। रेपो क्यों नहीं बचाना चाहूंगा मैं मेरी रेपुटेशन तो 100% बचाऊंगा ना। व्हाट्सोएवर हैज हैपेंड विद मी डिलीट कर दी। मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूं, रिपरकशंस होंगे अगर हम बोल देते हैं कुछ तो। हम मैनेजमेंट के अंदर हैं, वी आर इनटू द टैलेंट मैनेजमेंट थिंग। हमें इस टूर्नामेंट को सही बनाए रखना है। हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते भाई। I don't know if it's true or not, but if these things have happened तो बहुत खराब हुआ है, बस सिंपल। मेरा तो यही टेक है और कुछ नहीं। बट यार एंगर तो रहेगा ना, प्लेयर्स के अंदर भी रहेगा। आगो से अब देखो एक चीज है, टियानबा का प्लेयर अगर वो चीजें हुई है टियानबा के प्लेयर्स के साथ या हमारे प्लेयर्स के साथ, बुरा ही है। सही में डाली थी क्या? एक मिनट, हाँ मेरे को और चेक करने दो, और किसने कुछ पोस्ट किया है क्या? नहीं होगा भाई, किसी ने पोस्ट नहीं किया होगा, और क्यों ही करेंगे। नहीं डाला, किसी ने नहीं डाला, किसी ने भी नहीं डाला। तुम बोल रहे थे, मैं वही चेक कर रहा था, किसी ने नहीं डाला भाई। हाँ लेट्स गो। अब क्या करें अपन, मेरा मन तो नहीं है बंद करके जाने का, सच बता रहा हूं, मेरा तो बिल्कुल मन नहीं है कि मैं बंद करके चला जाऊं। वालो खेले एक आधा गेम। स्नैक्स ने भी बंद कर दी क्या? स्नैक्स आर स्टिल लाइव। अभी भी विल बी राइट बैक लगा के रखा हुआ है
यार। मेरे को लग रहा है कैंसिल है आज, मेरे को लग रहा है कैंसिल है पब्लिक मसला।
हर कोई यही डिस्कस कर रहा है, मसला कैंसिल ही दिख रहा है। चलो रैंक क्या चल रही है? मेरी रैंक तो गोल्ड चल रही भाई है। तुम पे दूसरी दूसरी आईडी तो ले आओ, खेलते हैं।
मेरे को तो अभी ऐसा कुछ फील नहीं, मैं फिट एंड फाइन हूँ। नजर नहीं लगना भाई, क्या पता बाद में गुड़गुड़ गुड़गुड़ चालू हो जाए, नहीं मालूम। देखो पाजी और विस्गॉड तो मेरे को फिट एंड फाइन लग रहे। आरू थोड़ा डाउन लगा, आरू थोड़ा डाउन लगा, बाकी एकेओपी को देखा नहीं मैं।
हाँ तो भाई प्लेयर्स प्लेयर्स लेजिट डाउन फील कर रहे हैं। मैं असेंडेंट पे आ गया भाई, भाई तभी तो बोल रहा हूँ। ठीक है सैड रही, मतलब ठीक है, अभी एक गेम वैल्यू लगा देता हूँ, क्या मैं खुद ही लगा देता हूँ। आईडी नहीं है मेरे पे तो एक गेम वैल्यू ही लगा देते हैं। थोड़ा देखो, मेरे को सजेस्ट करो मेरे को क्या करना चाहिए एम के अलावा।
तो आई गेस मोस्टली ही विल अनाउंस कि आज के मैचेस ड्यू टू अननेसेसरी नहीं,
अनफोर्सीन
सम रीजंस पोस्टपोन हो रहा है, ऐसा कुछ बोल देगा या जो भी बोलेगा देख लेना, क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा है वो वही करेगा क्योंकि उसको सेंटर में खड़ा करके रखे हुए।
हाँ चलो फुल स्क्रीन हटाता हूँ, गेम पे जाता हूँ। मैच फाउंड, तुम इधर आ जाओ भाई।
हेलो
स्वामी के ब्रॉडकास्ट पे कुछ तो पोस्ट हुआ है, रुको वेट, कुछ तो स्वामी के ब्रॉडकास्ट पे पोस्ट हुआ है। I am well currently. Admino and Manya are sick. Mild cough and cold to power as well. तीनों बीमार है, 3 बंदे बीमार है गॉडल से। कल्याण हो गया भाई हमारा। मतलब और एक चीज मैं तुमको बता देता हूँ, ये तो हम बहाना भी बोल सकते थे कि हाँ परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई इसके लिए बहाना है, लेकिन इतने सारे प्लेयर्स के साथ हुआ है तो बहाना थोड़ी है। अगर एक अपने ही प्लेयर्स के साथ हुआ होता तो मैं बोलता कि भाई बहाना दे रहे हैं, लेकिन इतने सारे प्लेयर्स के साथ हो गया है कि हम ये थोड़ी बोलेंगे कि अब बहाना दे रहे हैं। भाई साहब पता है सुबह से मेरी खुद की हालत टाइट है, लेकिन ठीक है यार, घर पे बैठा हूं तो क्योर जल्दी हो जाता है। तुम बाहर होते हो तो और गुस्सा आता है, पता है।
से तगड़ा खेला, अरे बाप रे, कहाँ तू बीजेएमएस इधर घुसा रहा भाईगन। Now morale would go further down due to health issues and mind gives up. Food poisoning leads to fatigue, confusion, irritation too. Everyone just pray and send them hearts in the message please. Gaming by thank you the 200 यार, वही तो बोल रहा, food poisoning बहुत normal।
लोगों को लगता है इट्स नॉर्मल भाई, इट्स नेवर अ नॉर्मल थिंग, इट्स नेवर। पब्लिक को लगता है कि इजीली क्योर हो जाती है, नहीं होती भाई। जो गुजर चुका है, जिसके पे बीत चुकी है ना, वो जानता है। मेरे साथ तो हो रखा है। मैं बैंगलोर में था, मेरे को याद है आज भी। हाँ ये क्लोज आ गया, एक्सपेक्ट नहीं था। मिक्स एएफके खत्म करो, रीमेक होएगा और क्या। वाइपर एंड बैक 26 गोइंग अहेड। उसका वाइपर शायद मेरे को लगता है ऑटोमेटिक आया होगा, बेचारा मिक्स पे रख के गया था।
Viper, you gotta let loose. Let's go out after this. Girls' night.
अरे भाई माइनस नहीं होगा, रीमेक कर दो। एक बंदा और कर देगा चलेगा, कर दो कोई जो भी बाकी है। अरे भाई नहीं, मैं नहीं चाहता मेरे को ये 4v5 है। हेलो व्हाट द फक। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस। खेलो पूरा गेम 4v5। ये लोग भाई सरेंडर और रीमेक में मतलब पता है ना फर्क। जो F6 दबा रहे हो, फर्क पता है ना रीमेक और सरेंडर में क्या होता है। रीमेक में तुम्हारी रैंक नहीं माइनस होती। अगर पहली बार रीमेक हुआ है जिंदगी में तो। Never in my match this shit has happened. क्या बोलूं मैं। क्या जीतेंगे छोड़ो। कर देना इसके बाद 5 राउंड्स के बाद। जी इस बस बहुत क्रेजी किया तुम लोगों ने। हाँ नहीं कौन बोलता है, वो आने ही नहीं वाला है। रखा है भाई मैं तभी तो बोलता हूँ कि तुम गोल्ड से ऊपर कैसे गए। मेरे को तो वो जानने का है कि एक ही हफ्ते में तुम कैसे पहुंच गए प्लाट से सीधा असेंडेंट, गोल्ड प्लाट से असेंडेंट कैसे चले गए। मेरे को तो ये दीज काइंड ऑफ लॉबीज आती है। ऐसी लॉबीज में आदमी क्या ही कर लेगा। गेम जीत भी जाऊंगा ना तो वो काइंड ऑफ खुशी नहीं होगी। अब तेरा प्लेयर मार्केट से आ रहा है, तूने डोर बंद किया है। कोई नहीं।
Need a drop. Thanks. Smoke's up.
हाँ मेरी ये क्राउड करने की आदत मेरे को एक दिन ले डूबेगी भाई।
लंड डुलिस्ट भाई, लंड डुलिस्ट।
तो कर देता रीमेक, कर देता रीमेक। मना किसने किया था? क्लासिक से दो मर रहे हो और बोल हमको रहे हो। ठीक
तेरा डुओ ही मरा है क्लासिक से।
मैं सोलो खेल रहा हूँ।
30 seconds left.
वो बंदे क्लासिक से जा रहे हो, ज्ञान दुनिया भर का देना है। कर देते रीमेक, ऐसे डुलिस्ट के साथ नहीं खेलना पड़ता। अब तो सरेंडर तो नहीं करूँगा, हारेंगे चलेगा। इरिटेशन है भाई, कभी कभी स्ट्रीम पे खेलना इरिटेशन है।
Spike down A.
वो नहीं पुश करेंगे, वो क्यों पुश करेंगे?
Joke's over. You're dead.
सब इधर आ गए, अभी भी यहीं पुश करेंगे। ठीक है। Five people are watching guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. I know मैंने चेंज नहीं किया है टाइटल।
I need a drop. Let's go.
You want to play? Let's play.
पता था ये होगा।
Revealing area. There they are. I have the spike.
Remaining.
Brother.
स्मर्फ कर रहा है, अपने लोगों को बूस्ट कर रहा है खाली। डुओ बूस्टिंग चल रही है भाई अटका था। अच्छा वो दैट इज द थिंग। चैट चेक कर ले मेरे भाई मरने के बाद। कर रहा यार, टेंशन ना लो। प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या है इन लॉबीज की? प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या है? ये कुछ ऐसे बंदे आएंगे ना जब तो जिंदगी में दिक्कत है। हाँ ये देखो, बस ये बंदे अपनी टीम में भी हो या सामने वाली टीम में भी हो, प्रॉब्लम एक ही है, लॉबी को इतना अनइवन कर देंगे कि दिक्कत ही दिक्कत है। डुओ बूस्टिंग चल रही है, मिक्स मोस्टली इसका डुओ है। तो खराब ही है ना मैच मेकिंग, या तो मैच मेकिंग खराब है। प्रॉपरली या तो मैच मेकिंग खराब है। शॉट उसने मार दिया, उसका लग गया एक गोली। हाँ उठा ली उसको। बन जाओ हीरो, हो जाओ शान पट्टी। एंके का व्लॉग भी आ चुका है, तो वो भी जाके मैं देखूंगा, चेकआउट करूंगा एंड विल सी व्हाट आर द थिंग्स। वाह हेवन, इनको तो जीरो है, हेवन पे स्मोक भी नहीं है। मैं पूरा घूम गया साइड पे, मेरे को बंदा नहीं दिखा। मेरा एम भी उतना अच्छा नहीं चल रहा है 3-4 दिन से। He likes to play triple. यही बोल रहा हूँ। नहीं देगा, ड्रॉप भी नहीं देगा। दिया और मीलो को तुमने देखा? माइनस आ रहा है। वाह फ्लैंक आ गया। हाँ बूस्टिंग के साथ दूसरा अकाउंट पे लॉगिन। वाह वाह, वो तुमने ये करवा लिया होगा, क्या बोलते हैं, डबल वेरिफिकेशन काइंड ऑफ थिंग। फोन वेरिफिकेशन के बाद वो सीन होता ही है। मैं तो भाई बेटर है कास्टिंग करो, मजे करो, बस वही है ना कि रैंक खेलते हैं इससे कुछ चनूने आ जाते हैं तो दिक्कत हो जाती है। नहीं किया तो फिर क्यों पड़ता है? जिंदगी भर फ्लैश दे रहूं मैं। जिंदगी बोला ना, जिंदगी भर फ्लैश दे रहूं मैं। गेमिंग कैफे गया था, प्लाट 2 0 RR पे था, फिर क्या हुआ? प्लाट 1 SR पे कर दिया जस्ट बिकॉज आई लॉग्ड ऑन डिफरेंट डिवाइस। भाई ऐसा नहीं होगा यार, तुम AFK में AFK गए होगे। बाकी पता नहीं, लिख क्या है क्या? मैं अरे कभी दिक्कत आई होगी, पता थोड़ी रहता है। लिख के आया? अच्छा यूपीएस है, ओके क्या, बट ना वो लिख के आया था एक मैच खेलने के बाद। अच्छा ओके, तो पता नहीं। तो पता नहीं। तीन प्लेयर्स की हालत खराब है। वो तो बता दिया ना मैंने तुम लोगों को कि 3 प्लेयर्स की हालत खराब है। अरे तो सीन है, तो बहुत खराब सीन है। मैं राइट क्लिक कर दिया, मेरी लोड पे था, मारा भी मैंने बढ़िया ही था, कोई खराब नहीं मारा। ठीक है ना, आ जाता है। बट अभी तो चेंजेस बहुत सारे किए हैं वालों ने, ऑल्सो इम्प्रूवमेंट्स पोजिशनिंग याद है। पता है मेरे को, मेरी पोजीशनिंग बहुत गंदी रहती है। वो मेरे को इम्प्रूव करनी ही है, बट ठीक है ना, मेरे को क्या ही है, कास्टिंग करता रहता हूँ, मस्तियाँ कर रहा है। ठीक है, कभी कभार खेल लिया बट करते हैं। बाकी तुम सुनाओ यार। वाह, राइट देखा। हमारा सोवा तो गया, बट वही है यार, मेरे को भी गेम देखने थे मेरे को। मारेंगी, मैं मार गया। चलो खेल लो। वैसे भी मेरा ये मोस्ट प्रोबेबली लास्ट ही गेम होगा, इसके बाद कुछ रील्स क्रिएट करनी है। और हाँ, कल 8 गेम्स हैं। कंफर्म्ड कल 8 गेम्स। कंफर्म्ड कल 8 गेम्स है, आ गया शेड्यूल, डाल दिया। पूरा रील सुन लेते हैं, रुको।
Alright people, so I guess आप लोगों को already update मिल चुका है that due to the health issues reported by the players, the matches have been scheduled for tomorrow. So kal we have 4 Miramar, 3 Erangel and 1 Rondo. I mean, बहुत मजा आने वाला है, और Bhutan and Godlike got a really great day. There were a lot of teams of course.
मेरे हिसाब से कल तो नहीं होगा मैच, रिकवरी में कम से कम 3-4 दिन लगता है फूड पॉइजनिंग में। बोला तो यही है कि कल का शेड्यूल है, और चेंजेस कर भी नहीं सकते भाई। मजाक, कोई छोटा मोटा टूर्नामेंट थोड़ी चल रहा है। It is freaking EWC भाई, it is freaking EWC.
You want to play? Let's play.
कोई छोटा मोटा टूर्नामेंट होता समझ भी आता था, तुम EWC में कैसे ही ये कर लोगे कि तुमने, चलो तुम नंबर ऑफ मैचेस लेफ्ट राइट कर सकते हो दिन के, बट यू कांट डू कि डेट्स ही चेंज कर दो तुम। एकदम ही अनफोर्सीन सर्कमस्टांसेस आ जाए तो बात अलग है, लेकिन ऐसे तुम नहीं कर सकते हो। आप खुद देखो, 4-5 प्लेयर तो बन जाता, 20 प्लेयर है बोल रहा है। हाँ एक्चुअली 20 प्लेयर है, वो लेजिट 20 प्लेयर ही वैसा बोल रहे हैं। मेरे को डर वो बात का है कि भाई फूड पॉइजनिंग से ना मैं गुजर चुका हूं, तो मेरे को पता है क्या क्या चीजें होती है।
Watching here.
फ्लैश में मार गया वो दोनों पूरा ही अंधा था फिर भी
So listen for noises. You'll hear them just things.
देखो ईडा का सीरियस है, टियानबा का सीरियस है। टियानबा के इसका मिलू का जिसने फ्रैग्स मारे ना रोंडो में, उसके फोटोज आए मेरे पास। लौंडे के फोटोज है मेरे पास जो बेचारे के साथ हुआ है। और शिफ्ट वॉक कर ले भाई। Hero saving a sheriff. तुम लोगों को फोटो सिखाऊं? Check this out. If you can spot. दिखाओ ना फोटो। दिखाया मैंने। वो बंदा पसर चुका है, वो खत्म हो चुका है अंदर से। That guy has been battling out so hard भाई। दिखाया ना? दिखा नहीं तुम लोगों को? घर से थिपले विपले बांध के लेके जाओ, बेटर है। दही वही डाल के मस्त। हेल्प अराउंड ना बाबा। 3 प्लेयर्स होल्डिंग, लेकिन एक नहीं मार पाते।
Good thing I was with the healing area.
जज लेना फिनिक्स, जज उठाना, जज जज
के लिए उठाओ।
हेलो हेलो फिनिक्स, जज उठा, मेरे से वेंडर ले ले भाई, जज ले जज।
You want to play? Let's play. My ultimate's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Right here.
Going up.
Defenders win.
थर्ड क्लास हुआ भाई। सोचो मी बीइंग वन गोल टू, मेरी लॉबी में कैसे बंदे आते हैं और क्यों आते हैं? हाँ, लेट्स प्ले वन मोर। एक मिनट, गेम चालू नहीं होगा ना? गेम लगा नहीं होगा? मैं तो बंद ही कर देता हूँ, कुछ शूट कर लेता हूँ इससे बेटर। बेटर है। चलो, see ya guys, bye bye, take care, see ya, love you। चलो, bye bye guys, take care, see ya, love you।